It says I'm live. Let me double check. If I go ahead and click on my YouTube, it should say it's live, I believe. Let me double check. I click that guy there, and then I go to YouTube here. And yep, we're good. Okay, good. Thank you. And let's see who's on the list here. We have Lesk. Hello, welcome. Congrats on being first. There are words. Hi, Check. Hi, Sumuke. And hi, Naba. Welcome, everyone. Hello. I hope you're all doing well. Did the chat also show up on screen? I did a little modifications. It's the thing. I have this thing where I get last minute inspiration. I guess that's what you can call it, in the sense of usually my ideas come 20 or an hour before like a project is due, and then it's an idea of, should I try to complete the project or should I just let it be? And sometimes it's worth it to try and complete it, sometimes it's more worth it to just let it be, and this is one of those cases where if the things are just a smidge scuffed today, you know why. I had a few ideas like 30 minutes ago. Literally, you're so relatable. I feel like maybe these are just common problems and they're not as specific as I think they are. Oh boy. You were mentioning earlier, Check, about the new redeem. We'll see how that goes. I'm very curious to see. It'll be new. My hope is that it's not too disruptive. There's like a 1 minute in between of being able to do it. So we'll see. I hope I made it expensive enough then.
Check_16 says after the hype and chaos.
Interesting. It's already working great.
After the hype and chaos that was Deltarune, it is going to be nice to watch you S-Tone downstream.
If I go with alrighty, I might just disable it and try again another time. We'll see how that goes. If I do, nope. It does
now
both
for
the same.
9,693 just redeemed
for another
glasses
time.
toggle.
And glasses toggle, let's see. Timer, yeah. I think I will continue to work on that another time. I had up here just in case I couldn't do it. That we had the thing in the background as. I didn't think it would double reward, that's interesting. And I got 2 for the price of 1. Congrats. Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna, you saw nothing on that. That's a future me problem. Now go ahead and close that browser there. Now, let me get on the timer for the glasses toggle. And what a bargain. Told them out like there's deals. There you go now. But thank you for that review. Now it's 10 minutes of big brain thinking. And let's see, I did read that. Good. Okay, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did. Saying all of that though, how was all of your weeks? How have you been? And hi, Petey, welcome, just on time. And my brain is enlarged. Big brain, humongous. Doesn't get more big brain than that. I can say for certain. Let's see, how did my week go? This week was a lot of, what's the word I can use? It was a lot of organization, trying to figure out scheduling, things of that nature. I am in the process of making a day-to-day schedule. Usually I make them and then I follow them for about 2 weeks. I spend probably more time making them and designing them with all the colors and the sparkles and actually using them. I've tried Notion, Obsidian, what's some other programs I've tried? I've tried Todoist. There's this one called Amazing Marvin. That one was pretty neat. But they always end up failing in terms of trying to get the organization down. And right now, I'm using one called Structured. So we'll see how that goes. Someone recommended trying to set up your schedule and daily to-dos, things of that nature, by using a Google Doc? Not Google Doc, Google Sheets. So I tried that, and I'm 100% confident you write titles in cursive. I don't know how to draw cursive. It is very hard to read, but I'd love to. And I finished studying for finals. Stressed about the finals. Did the finals and passed them all in a week. Ah, congratulations, Check. Congratulations. I'm glad for ya. I am happy I never have to go through finals again. And hi, Louie. That is how you say it, right? I think Louie. Frenchish, right? I believe. Please correct me. I know it's gonna take a second, but welcome. And that timer is up, so I get to show you all the new shinies I worked on in the, as I said, time before. Yes, it's good. Okay, good. We're working. It's all going according to plan. Let me go ahead and transition. And college is something, and it really did happen this week. Yeah, I don't miss it. To all of you that are doing college, good luck with college and getting the munds and paying back with college munds. Best of luck indeedy. What was I gonna say? Oh, what do you think? Do you like the new the look to the stream plans? This is subject to change again. This was made minutes long. But I figured the last one was too busy, so I wanted to try something a little bit different this time around. Saying that, though, pretty, I'm glad you like it. It was worth the effort, it seems. Today, we are doing a study now. As you can see, there's a lot on the board to go over, and I'm hoping you mean that there's always usually a pun there or a reference to something, and then I'll say, witting daughter. I have no father. But welcome, Rudy. Welcome back to stream. I usually have a pun there or something of the likes. And hi, Sajeka. Welcome back to stream as well. Welcome to the both of ya. And we got 2 levels now. That's gonna hurt my head. Yeah, eventually I'll figure out how to organize structure it. But for now, this is the thing. So we're gonna do our Pixelart of the day, talk about resources. We are going to try to draw rocks from just memory. We're going to do step-by-step tutorials, follow those guys like from YouTube or Twitter, things of that nature. Now we wait for the puns. Wait for the puns to be good. That was a lovely pun, what do you mean? After the step-by-steps, we'll look at some video game rocks. From there, we'll see about adding extra details, you know, like cracks and moss and other shiny things from there. Then, if we have time, we'll see about redesigning or creating a stone golem, and then we'll do a community review. So, fully packed today, and I'm making a website game without any engine, just pure code for everything. Good luck. That's really all I can say. Good luck! And even textures? Good luck. Saying all of that, though, why don't we get started with our Pixelart of the day? So if I go this guy here, it should, look at that. So hopefully, it should be a little bit easier to see the Pixelart of the day. I tried to make it bigger, and now we have actually, let me move this guy here, and then maybe we can move you notes. I wanna make a new text, right? We need a note, and then I'm gonna do note, and then we need you to be really long and wide. Oh, not like that. Oh, not like that either. Ooh, always little things. It just seems you got better from last week. Do you mean in terms of health, not anti-lose? Welcome. Yep, I'm much better now. Sometimes I wake up with a really bad headache, and it's just a thing of having to stay in bed. And sometimes the headache's gone by the beginning of stream, sometimes not. I'll delete that notes. Then I'll make a new note here, and OTE. And then, let's see, does this work? Can I do about, I think that big? And then just, there we go, lovely. Oh, I think that'll work, or maybe, with that down. Yeah, there we go. And if not for Minecraft, nobody but nerds would even know what granite is. Well, I once upon a time used to be a rock nerd. I wanted to go into geology. I was all about the different types of rocks. It was an interesting what's the word I'm looking for? Phase, like igneous rocks. It was something. And just blocks 8x8. Don't get me mean. And in terms of health, yep, health has been great and landscapes are beautiful. They are indeed. Alrighty, saying all of that, if I click this button here, there we go. And that note guy actually needs to be more akin to like down there. There we go. That should work. You should be able to see it now. My mom knows because of granite countertops. That's one way to know functionality. And so which one tasted the best? I have never eaten a rock. Saying that though, let me go ahead and hide. What do I need to hide? Hide. And,
Chromium underscore is now following.
Oh, Chromium, welcome to stream. Let me move this up here so I can see the names a little bit better. But welcome. Let me go ahead and hide the timer there. Yep. And then this guy here, and you get set to that. Okay, I think we're all good to go. An objection, salt exists. I mean, I'm gonna have to, I don't know about, well, I guess salt is a rock if you think about it. But I don't like the idea of that. But hi, welcome, Chromium. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Saying that, welcome to Pixelart of the Day. You can stay up there. Pixelart of the Day is a section I like to do at the beginning of these study streams where we spend, it used to be 5 minutes. I'm setting it to 8 minutes this time to see how we do. We spend 8 minutes or amount of time looking at some pixel art I find that relates to the study topic. In this case, it's rocks, so I found a nice landscape. I find these images on either Pinterest, Twitter, Instagram, things of that nature, and the idea is that it gets us in the mood for study, gets us in the mood for learning and focus by honing our eyes. And the idea is that we can take some of those key guys there and make notes about what we see, what we observe, as I think a way to get better at doing something. If you can't physically do it, it's use your eyes, do a lot of observation. So for example, if you want to make pixel art, you gotta look at a lot of pixel art. If you want to make games, you gotta play a lot of games, look at a lot of games. You have to have a lot of input, do some output. What's the idea behind doing this at the beginning? And one of the most interesting things about rocks is that you can find fossils inside them. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe it could be an idea for an art you're doing today. Ooh, I didn't find any, or I didn't see any fossil art, but it just reminds me of a Pokemon fossilized, and ooh, that would be cool. Fossils would be neat. I don't have any pulled out, but maybe perhaps. I am not opposed one bit. And I love how the white pops up despite it being bright blue. Oh yeah. All right. Well, let's get into it while we're looking, while we're thinking. And hi, lazy random content. Welcome to stream. And yes, welcome. Alrighty. So now that timer is up there and is present and in the moment, what are your observations about this piece? Chuck already mentioned the white at the top. Yeah, white pops up despite how bright the blue is. I kind of think it's, well, do you think it's snowy or not snowy, would you say? I like the white because it pops out. White pops out. I think that's a nice note. White pops out. I think another note is the, what is it? The distance, right? Distance, D-I-S-T-A-N, distance, as in foreground, F-O-R-G-G-R-O-U-N-D, and background, as in, you can kind of see, right? This guy that's in the very front, very dark, but the guys that are in the back are very light to give us a sense of depth. That's what I'm looking for. Distance / depth. So let me go ahead. Oh, you know, my apologies. This art is made by Volcano Jungle. That's the name there. I didn't say it. It was on the screen, but I always like to say it. So credit the artist. And let me move this guy back down here. And I want to learn how to draw a stone, so I'm so excited. I'm glad, and well, look who it is. Welcome, Sharky. Hi. Let's see. Makes me think of rock is shiny, probably high metal percentage. For the white, interesting. White pops out. Okay, interesting. I'll put that there. Maybe white could be shine. Interesting one there. Yeah, interesting. And hi, Sanapa. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And finally, the 8-minute timer. I thought of doing 10, but I think 8 might be a good. And on the surface are continuous and the edge is well defined. Colors reminds us rock. Interesting note, Rudy. And I just came to say hi. It has to go, but it was nice seeing you. Thank you for stopping by, Sharky. I hope you have a lovely one. I think something to note is the line / dithering. E-I-T-H-E-R-I-N-G T-E-C-H-N-I-Q-U-E. And what do I mean by the line and dithering technique? I kind of zoom in here, you can see, right? The lines that go here for different angles, different sides of it. We kind of have some dotted lines here. There's some dithering back here in the background, and I think it ends up smoothing out the area a lot. And I think it adds a lot of flavor to the piece instead of it just being one solid color. And yours is so good at spelling. Did I do a different spelling word? And off topic, but this guy looks great. That's not off topic at all. I agree. Why do you think this guy looks great? And I wonder if the snow, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe white could be shine or snow. Yeah, or snow. I'm feeling maybe possibly snow. Possibly. What else is there to notice, do you think? I think the prominent colors, usually I like to start with colors, but C-O-L-O-R-S, colors, what colors am I noticing? I'm noticing blue, let's see, white, and I think that's it. Blue and white, kind of, sorta. And when I say white and blue, what I mean is, this is blue, this is blue, this is blue. This is also, I'd say blue, maybe purplish, you could call it. Maybe you could call this purple too, but it's tones of that, and then in the background, I'd say maybe that's warmish, but this is more so white. And when I say white, I think white and gray, things of that nature. And it's inclined to shine because there's no lighter tones on the back. Interesting. I'm thinking it's a highlight, but maybe not much of a shine, it's just a highlight. Interesting one. Yeah, I could see it being shine. I'm thinking maybe it's not snowy. I thought snowy possibly just because it's the top, but you would think there would be some here. But this is the kind of where the sun is really hitting. So I think it might be shine. I do agree. And I did read that. Right. And there are at least 2 colors of clouds and they're positioned well. There is this cloud up here and this cloud up there. Let's see. What else is there to notice, do you think? For the background's really simple, I'd say. Background, BACKGROUND / foreground, FOREGROUND, is simple. They only use 2 colors. And the middle ground is detailed. I think that's also something to notice. And could use some more cracking in the detail? Could you elaborate a little bit? Not anti-Elias, what do you mean by that? And banana color, there's no yellow here. And let's see, there are at least 2 colors of clouds. Okay, I did read that, good. And good, we did read that, yeah. When I say this point here, there's only 2 colors used. So we have the dark purple and then we have the black. And then for the background, we have the, these 2 colors. I don't know what you would call them for this mountain. And then there's these 2 colors for this mountain. And then there's these 2 colors for this cloud. And then there's these 2 colors. But then you take a look at the centerpiece and look at all those colors. Let's say we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. I'm inclined to think maybe 6. Maybe 6-ish. I'll just put 6-ish, like that. And the foreground's all sunny? Yeah, I think it adds a lot. I think by keeping it simple, right? Foreground simple, background simple, it adds to the middle ground being that pop of flavor. I think that helps a lot. And there's not one bit, maybe. Now that it's not 5 minutes, it's interesting. Usually this is when we would end, but alrighty, let's extrapolate a little more. What else is there to notice, do you think? And actually, let me make these guys a little bit smaller. So instead of 16, let's do 14. I feel like that might make it easier to see a little bit. Okay. Something else I think to notice would be, alright, slope. Is there any anti-aliasing? I think I have colorblind, actually. Interesting one. What do you mean? Do you think the colors aren't too pop outish? Or can you elaborate a little bit, laser random content, on what you mean? And mountain rock usually has more cracking in detail. Ah, interesting. That's usually how rock climbers also use their hands to climb. There is some cracking here, right? In the cracking details. Do you think because it's so scaled out, zoomed out, right? That it isn't that detailed or it isn't as refined. For example, if it was if we were at a person's perspective compared to looking from like, maybe we're on another mountain compared to if we were face to face with it, maybe it's this simple and less cracks because it is far away. And so as you get closer, there's more details and more cracks. But that's an interesting one to note. And trying to make wood texture, but can't because it's like good colors for this and how to do. Usually you can find online palettes, so they're really handy. So let's see. That is interesting. How can I word that, do you think? Possibly less cracks because of distance. DISTANCE. I'll put that there, as I do think it's a really good point that it's not like super high detailed in the sense of seeing a lot of cracks. I think in a way it's simple in the sense of it's a lot of blobbing. I feel like this is more painterly, so we'll go ahead and put blobby with blobby. Blobby and painterly, PAINTER, painterly feel. I think that's the sense I get when I look at this, because I think there's sections of colors, right? For example, this is pretty blobby. There's only 2 colors here. But then when you go here, there's still sections. So there's this section here, and then there's little extra stuff, like these little line details here. So I feel like when they were making this, at least, they started with blobs. So this mountain looked like this mountain, and they slowly added more detail over it. I think that's the method that was used. That's what I mean when I say blobby and painterly. And I feel like the first layer of the background on the right is tilted in a similar way to the main mountain. I don't know how to feel about it. Can you elaborate a little bit, Jack, on what you mean? Let's see. I feel like the first layer of the background on the right, left, right. Do you mean this guy here is tilted in a similar way to the main mountain? Nope, I do not get what you mean. I tried. but if you go to the library, I would not mind one bit trying to read it out again. But the timer is up. Well, that's interesting. I definitely feel like there was less rushing involved this time around. I feel like there was more notes taken. So maybe this is the key to do it as 7 minutes instead. As I think I do like these notes a lot more than our previous ones. Now, let me get some water. Tasty. Okay. Saying all of that, let me bring you into, as I slide this guy up here, zoom out a little bit, or, yeah, let's do that there. Okay. Saying all of that, let me bring you back into the other screen, which is our planning phase. Yup. Alrighty. Saying that, and you know what I think I need? I think maybe I can make this like a game board and then have a piece that slides for what we're currently doing, like a little token. Do you think that'd be, how do you think that'd look? I feel like that could be fun. But let's talk about resources now that we have done our Pixelart of the day. Let me go ahead and click this screen here. Let me go ahead and move this guy here so I can see a little bit more properly. And then I did read that, good. Okay, and go into this guy. Lovely. Okay, so if you did not know, I have a website, and I believe Leska's here, but if any other moderators here, can you link the website? It should be like !website on both YouTube and Twitch, and oh no! I also updated it recently in the... ignore that bit right there that slides over. You didn't see it, all right? But if you go to aircessor.com, it'll bring you to this guy here. And the idea behind this website is that it is supposed to be a place you can go to for resources related to either Pixelart, game dev, or game dev. And when I say game dev, I mean all aspects of game dev, from Pixelart to programming to... oh, I lost my train of thought. Pixelart to programming to music to voice acting, things of that nature. And hi Nero, welcome to stream, welcome back. And everyone, hope you guys are having an amazing and rockin' day. I see what you did there. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Do you think some plantation would be relatable to making mountain rocks? Just a thought of it? It could be, yeah. I don't think maybe they didn't do it because it's not, oh, it's blue, 2 colors. Adding the green would add a different contrast, I think. And a little Monopoly style pawn of Bobby. I like that idea. I'll have to say that in my computer pros. No worries. Website. Did that work? And such a great resource. Thank you for the work you created. Well, thank you. Thanks to all of you that I'm able to have this website up and keep it all running. Let me make sure I put this on YouTube here for all of you as well. And if you're looking to get started on Pixelart, what you can type here is either getting started on here. Let's also, let's see if it works. Pixelart. Yes, is that how it is? Ah! I also updated the commands too. But I almost forgot them. But if I go here and I type in rock, I do this guy right here. What you can see is we have up here the rock study. So the idea is that I try to collect as many resources on whatever topic we do. Since we're doing rocks, I try to collect all resources on rocks. And the idea is that I try to collect resources based on the type of learner you are. So if you're more of a, listener? I have on here a whole YouTube playlist of people I was able to find that have to do with making rocks. Sometimes they're Pixelart related videos if I can find them. Sometimes they're not. So there's a whole playlist of tutorials on rocks that I was able to find. And hi Benedictus, welcome to stream. Welcome back. Aside from the playlist, we also have on here some articles. What I like to do is I usually look to these guys, Pedro and, I'm gonna butcher this, These two guys have a lot of different blogs, and I like these GIFs usually because it's nice as a simple, it's a bite-sized lesson. I like to think of it as. You can see this guy here. We have like top-down animation, and the nice part is you can read it and see it. And have you tried 3D game development? Not yet. I have made some 3D art before though. And welcome to stream, blank sign. Welcome back. And Pixelart is amazing, isn't it? And I giggle at the sight of Eris being in front of her profile pic like some Victor. I'm not sure how many of you know this, but I can happily and proudly say I drew that. A while ago. This is at the peak of me being able to draw, but I drew that. Where were we? We were in the rock section. I was explaining. And that's some sick animation, isn't it? I think it makes it handy and easy to read. So I can click on here, for example, rocks, and it's a whole blog about rocks and how to do rocks. Since me myself, I'm not a teacher as much as I am a peer. It's more, I like to think of these as less me teaching you and more so we're both learning together. It's like a whole library session where we share notes back and forth. And hi, Bailas, maybe? Bailas Soldat, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Hello. Welcome. And I did read that. Good. Aside from that, there's also this website called the Spriters Resource. Now, if you... what's the word I'm looking for? This one, I used to get wrong. I said sprites, but it's the Spriters Resource. And the neat part about this website is that any pixel art game you can think of sometimes can be found on here. And what I've done is I've gone through the liberty of collecting any pixel art games I can think of that have rocks in them. So all of these games include rocks whenever you're looking at one of these guys. So for example, if I were to do, let's just click that guy there. If I did a study about buildings, all of the games that I mentioned in here have buildings. So it's an idea of me going through and making sure these guys have the thing you could look at. If we go back to rocks here, should be able to. And let's see, think you should recreate your profile picture in Necker type cafe style? There's no style for it yet. And I wonder why rock is such a common thing to use as a barrier into pixel art games. It's because it's simple, I think. It's that thing of, it's your starter. I think that's the best way to describe it. And saying that, if we go back into, for example, let's say Stardew Valley, and I click this guy, what you can see is, right, the assets of the game. So for example, I can download the character, and if I click download the sheet, I can drag it into my Pixelart program of choice, and in my case, it is Aseprite. So if I go ahead and just quickly drag this guy into Aseprite as a quick example, and I bring you over into Aseprite, you can see, if I go ahead and zoom in, right, I can tell exactly how big this character is. If I'm trying to do a study, and this is why I think this is a handy website, is because you can exactly see the one-to-one of something that you're trying to look at. If we go back into Pure, for example, if I wanted to make art like this, I don't know the size. I'd have to count the pixels individually to try to figure it out. So something like this, where you're able to see the one-to-one, helps you look at pixel art and get a better reference to use as studying. I think it's a great study resource. So let me go back into here. Where are we at? Lovely, okay. Close that. And anything else I'm missing? There is also itch.io. If you're a game dev, you probably know of this website. It is a website you can go to upload your games. And you can also download game assets from here. And while game devs usually use it for game assets, not a lot of artists use it as reference. So the idea is that you download the free assets and use them as reference like you would for the Spriters resource. But these are made by people who don't have indie titles, things of that nature. And study resource? Where? I'm glad you asked. If I could do exclamation study, I should be able to do, it worked. There you go. That right there. I have a website where you can look at different studies. In this case, since we're studying rocks, I tried my best to collect as much study resources as I could for those guys. And let's see, it doesn't pop up and feels kind of natural. I wonder why rock, good. Okay, we're good. Lovely. Okay, want to make sure I don't miss anything. Saying all that, I think that completes all this rock study here, of at least resources wise. If we go back into planning, where are we at? Let's see. First try. Okay, lovely. And I'm bringing you back and forth today. The timer actually didn't stop. Weird. Okay, the glass is redeemed. I'll assume 10 minutes has gone by. And what's it for? I don't understand anything on this website. So the idea is that I made this website to help people getting started into game dev. So the idea is, ideas behind it is just, it's a place you can go to if you're trying to learn pixel art game dev. Right now it's pixel art focused. So for example, if you're trying to get started on pixel art, there's a little guy here. And the idea is that I got asked a lot of what programs to use, where to go, things of that nature. And since I'm also geared more towards beginners, as I'm a beginner myself, the idea is that I provide links and resources and things of that nature, since I can point you to teachers, since I'm not the teacher myself. And what if I want to start using Unity? I don't know Unity. I'm a Godot game dev. I don't have anything related to game dev stuff quite yet, but right now it's just more so pixel art resources. But it's always working, it's always getting bigger. But interesting to see a Unity developer. I don't see many of those nowadays. And I love pixel art and learning now on Aseprite. Lovely. And welcome, Gomez in Japan. Is that how you say it? Welcome. I don't think I've seen that name before. Saying all that, if I go to my YouTube up here, what I wanted to say is that we're coming up on the 1 year anniversary of streaming soon, which I'm surprised about. August will be the 1 year I have streamed. And Eris, what software do you use for your YouTube avatar world live? I'm glad you asked, Gomez. I now have a FAQ. Since that is also a question I get asked. V-Word Studio. Since I can't remember, it will remember for me now, but V-Word Studio. And hi, I'm starting to do Godot too. Lovely, Godot, I love to see it. I think Godot's a great one. If we go here though, you can see, right? 3 years ago, it's been 3 years since I've done YouTube, and the first ever shorts I did, first ever video I did, was on rocks. So this is a topic quite near and dear to my heart, I can say. It's what got me into starting to learn Pixelart. This was kind of the first official Pixelart related thing I did. So it's a thing of starting to go back and look at things and trying to recap that magic of first learning. I thought it'd be a fun topic to do. As also in Discord, we've been talking about rocks and learning rocks. I thought great topic to do. And I want to use Unity to render images with the ray marching mechanic, but that would be probably overkill. I know a little bit about ray tracing, not quite a lot. I'm still very much a beginner in terms of making games. I've only made one game. But that is an interesting one to say the least. So if I click this, I wanted to click this guy here just for you, so you can get an example of where we started, where we're at now. I think I shouldn't cover anything up. We're good. Okay, let me unmute this guy and I just want to play this so you can get a feel for how things used to be. And I can say I can notice 100%. This is sped up, so if it sounds a little funny, that's why. Back then, shorts were only 1 minute long, but I wanted to play this just so you could get a feel for how things were.
Hello, I'm Aseprite, and it's day 1 of studying Pixelart to become a game dev. Today, I'm learning the basics and tackling rocks. When starting any new medium, it's important to have guidelines, or else you'll find yourself drifting off into space. Set an objective for each session, and in my case, I had 2. Objective 1, get the basics, learn the do's and don'ts, choose a program, and color palette. A, I'm still learning. B, I chose CSP, and C, I went with 5 tones grayscale. Objective 2, use a reference and try to recreate it in a 16x16 field. Draw a blob, outline it, add some shade and highlight, and voila, an Ares masterpiece. Next, I tried following 3 different tutorials by 3 different creators. Mochi Beans, similar to mine, with a blob, shadow, and detail. Her style doesn't involve outlining, so I use blackish as shadow. Pixel Overload, use 3 colors to sketch the rock. After that, do some cleanup, add highlights, and a sprinkle of detail. I even tried to go a little fancy by adding some dithering. Lastly, Pixel Pete's method. While hard to follow with the limited color palette, was my favorite. Blob it, then have the outline go everywhere but the bottom. Transition the outline to make it softer, then add some shading and detail. And there you go. Here's the 4 rocks side by side. Which one do you like most? Does it match reference or manage to do its own thing? Let me know in the comments below, and remember, you rock. A link. Hello, I'm Aris.
There it is. I've never seen the hand animation. It was an old relic. It doesn't work in Aseprite, but it worked in Clip Studio Paint. That was the program I used to use for Pixelart. Then I swapped over to Aseprite. But I hope you little like that blast from the past. And Ares reacting to her own content advertisement plus. I just wanted to point this out that, yeah, I wanted to look at it just in the sense of, wow, it's been a second, hasn't it? And so you guys draw rocks? Yep, that's what we'll be doing. And all sorts of things to draw. Today just so happens to be focused on rocks. And I have a question. I use Aseprite on my laptop with a mouse. I was thinking of buying an iPad and using Procreate or some other Pixelart software. Do you use? Maybe iPad isn't needed? I'm glad you asked as well. What I can do is, if I copy this guy and paste that here, that should answer all of our questions, Gomez. I go over programs for both iOS and Android, so hopefully you find that helpful. Saying all of that, though, I got off topic. Oh, no, I remember, to participate along, if you'd like to join along in this rock study, you don't have to by all means. You can join the Discord, and what you can do is either click this guy up here, or you can type !Discord in the chat there, and that'll bring you to the Discord. If I go ahead and go into this guy here, and I go to black into our learning guy here, and if I click this button, magic, look at that. You can see Echo has joined there, but in the Discord I try to do these community streams, the once a week study togethers, and the idea is that you can scroll down here past the welcome, go into Pixelart study with me, so this guy right here, and you can see these are previous topics we've covered. The idea is that at the end of stream, if anyone has drawn some rocks along with us, we can look at this, and that's the idea. That's the fun of it, is that it's a opt-in sort of thing, and all sorts of things. Oh, I did that. Good. And okay, different question. What software do you use to take notes when studying? Aha! Again, another wonderful question, and I can do, I believe, lovely. There you go. You should find all of the programs I use. I use a few. I use a few, so that should answer that there. I just made this yesterday, so I'm very proud of it. But I hope it's handy. And someone wanna be, I bet she's gonna remember the Discord overview. I will. I'm telling you, I am making it a goal today. Saying that though, that's I talked about the rocks because that's what we're going to be doing for step 1 of our rock study today. Is I'm going to try to redraw the rocks as the first try, as I want to get a baseline of what I'm feeling with rocks, where I'm at, since it's been 3 years since I've tried to draw them. And I would love to see some mineral mixed with the rocks. I'm still confused on how to put them together. That's definitely, I think, we've done, what is it, material study before, so something like iron before? What was I gonna say? Yeah, where we drew a rock, so maybe in the future we could do something like that, where we did gems. And wait, Godot can take notes? You can get some, what's the word I'm looking for? Nope, I don't remember. But let me just go here to clarify things if you were asking. If I click this guy, you can see if I click this, it tells you the program at the bottom, and then if I go here, it tells you all the different programs I use with the screenshots of them. So it lets you see all the programs that I use on screen. So that's where that comes into play. And it's 2:38 in Japan. I'm watching from bed, so I'll make a rock later today, and I'll join the Discord. Lovely, Gomez. And welcome from Japan. I think that's the first person from Japan that I've ever encountered. An Eagle, best pay-to-win software. Eagle is wonderful. I do use it. It's lovely. But I hope you get some sleep soon, Gomez. Now, is that all the things I think we need to cover? I believe it is. It's about 1:40 now, so let's get into actual drawing, shall we? Let me go ahead and close this guy here, and let me drag this guy down here. Alrighty, so these were my initial rocks. These were the first ever Pixelart, official Pixelart I ever did before. Let me go ahead and make this down here, some is here. And wait, what is Concepts? It looks cool. Concepts is this guy here. I have a link to it on the FAQ, but it's this guy here. If you can see this guy here. I keep saying it. But this guy, it is also note-taking software. I use multiple. I use this guy, and I also use this guy. Here, this guy here I use, and I also use this guy. This guy, blah, blah. This guy is Concepts. It's what I use to take notes for the YouTube Pixelart videos I watch. So I took screenshots, and the thing is I can write down these guys if I want. It's nice and neat. And this, how terrible, awful, no good, very bad. I'm glad it's now 3 minutes instead of 5. Very important now to change, but I can't say this for the next 3 minutes. I lowered it down as I struggled last time. Let me go ahead and do this guy here, and I should be able to do that guy there. Oh, no, not that guy. That guy there. There you go. And let me go ahead and put here. Can't say. And then I'll put this. There you go. Can't say this for the next 3 minutes on the clock. Let me make this smaller. Hasn't started yet. Move you over here, and then move you to, let's see, you are magma timer, so you should be, we'll just use you, yeah, and do you here, and do 3 minutes. Alrighty, 3 minutes on the clock. There you go, Rudy. I should be able to hide this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Things are all falling apart, aren't they? That's okay. That guy goes here, yeah. Cool scripts, let's see. I'll grab you. No, you. Yep, we'll move you to you. Yep. And then I should be able to edit you and go, can't say, and do this. There we go. I think that should be better. It should work now, hopefully. And I'll move that there. Hide it, show it. There we go. All right, starting now, I can't say that word. And let's see. You can create documentation in Godot via comments in your code. Yep, which shows up like the documentation of regular Godot stuff. Yep, it's really neat. There's a lot of neat things that come with Godot and things of that nature. I go ahead and move this guy. If I go ahead and move that guy right there, the idea behind this challenge. The idea behind the challenge on the screen, you can see, is that I wanted to make a rock that was 16 by 16. That was the first part of the challenge. The second part was that I wanted to do it with 5 colors. And keeping those guys in mind, and it being monochrome, I wanted to try to make a new rock with those ideas in mind. And it's stalling, but why do you use 3 references softwares? They're for different purposes. For example, I like Concepts because if I go back to Concepts, oh, never mind. I realized the timer. I will show you in a bit, once the timer's up. I'd say, you know what? I'm so confident I won't even restart it. I can show you afterwards, but some programs can do other things, some can't. For example, Concepts has better writing like markers with size of writing, hand drawing writing, like when you're writing with a tablet. However, PureRef has better image stuff. So for example, it can show GIFs while Concept can't. And PureRef can also be overlaid on top of your programs. So it's a thing of, I use it depending on what I need. Do I need to have a reference on top of the screen on other programs? Or do I want to take a lot of notes and write it physically by hand? It's different things. And I did that. Good. And voice suggestion for 10K again. Nobody got a chance to use that while I had a good price. I'm trying my best to keep the market at bay. Saying all that, let's go ahead and try. Now, is there anything anyone can notice about these rocks aside from the 16 by 16 idea? And let me move this. Let me move the guy here and I will grab them. I'll go ahead and grab you. So if we look here, we have the highlight, we have the midtone, we have the, well, that's the midtone. That is the dark tone, and that is that guy there. So in total, there are 5 colors, and right away, anything you notice. And gotcha, concepts might carry my anatomy studies tomorrow. I'm glad you're able to find new programs. I like all of them for different reasons, so I'm happy you're able to find something that works for you. But can concept files also save images after you paste them? Yep, monochromatic. It is monochromatic, Lust. However, it is not hue shifted, and I think that's what makes the guys a little bit funny looking, is that they don't have a lot of flavor. I think that's one thing. Right away when I started learning about Pixelart, I didn't know what hue shifting was. So I only used these 5 colors. What we can do is, I can go ahead and grab you, and if let's go for more of a yellowish tone possibly. Let's go ahead and do a bit of a different tone. Still monochrome, right? However, we're gonna change it up a little bit. And they look very shiny, like they were nicely polished. Oh, thank you, Chuck. That's very sweet of you. I tried my best one, and I think for trying my best, it worked out well. Let me move you up here, and for this guy, this is gonna be hard. Follows around the edge, indeedy. Alrighty. Looking here, I'm going to make... Let me explain what hue shifting is. I think that's the best way to start it. If we want to make something brighter, you usually want to go towards yellow. If you usually want to make something darker, you go towards purple. In this case, in the case such as this, in a case such as the one you can see on screen, what you can see is if we want to make it darker, we go towards purple. So something like there. And the background's a little bit hard to see. So I'm gonna move this down even more a little bit, possibly like this. And then we want a deep outline color. So I'll use that one there. Yep, the counter, every time I say it, the counter restarts. So I have to go 3 full minutes. From this middle tone, let's go ahead and up the brightness. So what I can do is move that guy there, and I can add a little bit of saturation. And we should see it get brighter and brighter as we, did I? Did I? I'm not too sure. You know, I'm not sure how might have to, I don't know at this point. That guy might have to get removed during study streams. I might have to at this point. Or maybe I'll just make it so that word can't be used. Whichever one comes first. Let's go ahead and slide that to the left a little bit. More so akin to that. That works out better. And then from there, yeah, too much power was given. And I believe it was by the same person twice, possibly. I can't recall though, but you're both, whoever you were, the thing that has happened twice, you're both on my list. I'll have you know. I don't know what that list does quite yet, but it does something. And then, there we go. Alrighty. The idea is that the guy on the left has less variation than the guy on the right. Breathe air. I try. Never works out. They have different variations. While the guy on the left will work as a color palette, the idea is that that guy here has more feel and flow. And you're so self-centered, /J. I suggest you also put a can't refer to myself in any way countdown on screen. The word I getting banned would be terrible. Saying all of that, let us continue. I want to try to make a rock 16 by 16 using only 5 colors, and it is monochrome. So it's all using the one color of, what would you call that? I think I would label that maybe a green, but it could also be a grayish. If we want to go for more of a blue, we can move this towards blue. And I think, yeah, okay, we're good. I think I want to go for more of a blue feel. So what I can do is if I go to adjustments, hue and saturation, I can move the hue to a bluish tone, something like what you see on screen here. And it gives us more of a bluish purple, which I think is a little bit more in line than the than the green one we had. From there, what I'll do is I'll grab that middle tone and we'll move it down here. Now, the idea for the guy you see on screen and what is the outline have to do with the overall rock art? Can you elaborate a little bit? Not anti-lose. The the outline, there are some outlines here. Some of the outlines are not here. You can see that one there, outline, no outline, no outline, outline, right? Noting, taking notes, right? What I'll do is I'll make a blob rock shape. Such as this one here. I learned from last time. People got me out so much. A whole 5 minutes of not saying this. It was suffering. But it's over now. I hope you're happy. Now I can actually learn and focus. I think I'll go with a rock shape like this one. And first try? Yeah, totally first try. And having an outline, Napa, I believe they asked from, they were asking to try to get me out. It was one of those gotchas, but I succeeded. We're okay. I'll go ahead and move this guy in here. Move you up there like that and that. And I'm sad to inform. What are you gonna do, Luska? You said it with 5 seconds left? Did I? Huh? Lusk, please. Lusk! Don't tell me I did! Right? I did, make sure I didn't say that. Can you double check? Would you mind double checking on YouTube, going back and saying? I don't think I did, but you know, if I did, I did. 5 seconds left, don't tell me. I'll go ahead and move that guy there. And I just want to get a blob area. Yeah, wait, double check for me, Lusk. Just make sure. We gotta console the VOD, yeah. If you wouldn't mind looking at the YouTube there, Lusk, that'd be lovely. What I want to do is try to do step by step how I think it should go, especially now that I've looked at all of the concepts, guys. First, you start out with the blob, and I think that's what I did there. So go and copy and paste that guy. Next up, what I want to do for my rock here is I want to set the dark tones and the light tones. So we'll start off with the light tone up here, and let me actually scroll out a little bit like that. So there we are, and save, and I see. Alrighty then, I'm a princess of my word. Can't believe 5 seconds left. I play by the rules of the game. I'm not getting bread today. You're getting a crumb. Saying that, I'll go ahead, and the idea is that we have at the top of the rock a highlighted color, and at the bottom of the rock is a darker color for the shadows. So what I'll do is I'll make that highlighted up here for the top, and then I'll also do, I think, a highlighted portion maybe here for our rock. So I'll go ahead and do that. If I grab all of these colors and maybe like that can be our rock perhaps. And I saw and is there also eraser in concepts? Yep, and how to save files. You should be able to find guides by this, I believe. Nope, I don't remember anyone I can reference to, but the tools should be easy to find at the top of the screen. Okay, we're good. Top left, you should find all the tools you need. Saying all of that, I'm gonna refine this I'm going to refine the areas a little bit here, possibly make it more rounded, like that. And then from there, I'm going to choose my dark areas, so my dark portions of the screen. So what I'll go ahead and do is grab that guy there, and from there, I'll say, okay, the back of the rock, where is the sunlight hitting? If we draw a line here, pointing towards the area, let me move that back a little bit, that way I can do an arrow there. And it's called a mask? I see. Are you saying you found what you were looking for then? I hope so. And as a person who redeemed the word IRL ban, not happening, Rudy. The thing is, I got excited and I lost sight of what mattered. Not anymore. Not anymore. All of that said, I want to try to have a feel. I'm not good, I just learned. I want to have a feel for the area down pat in terms of lighting. If our lighting up here is top, if I'm thinking, okay, the light is coming top down, maybe what we can do is move that guy there, possibly for a feel. But I think, what might work out better is doing it that way, in which to say, where are our shadows? Let's see. I'll grab you here. I think this is the... okay, we're good. I'm gonna grab you, make you here. Oh, it lets me brush you here, and it might look something like what you see on screen. Where the rounded edge kinda has a feel to it, I'd hope. Something to that approach, per se, on on the day of choice. Now, all of that in note, what I'm going to do next is add an outline. So what I'll do is I will copy, paste, move it over to the right, scroll out a little bit, like so. And is it possible if the lighting is underneath the rock? Like a hole with light underneath a rock? Yeah, 100%. What I'm trying to do right now is warm myself up, while also saying, just from a memory point of view and from just recently reviewing videos, have I improved before we improved started with study, looking at all of the guys you see on screen. No, we made it. I'm telling you, this is scary. Oh boy, but we're all good to go. No longer. I did it. We're good. 3 minutes, I tell you. And let's go do your software. Thank you. Of course. Like I said, I'm glad you found it. And I don't know if you bought it, but a free program that you could try out is possibly Excalidraw. EXCALIDRAW. I believe, what is it? It's 30 minutes. I have 30 minutes of not that thing. But look into that one too. It's free, but it's not as elaborate as concepts. But you might like that one too as an option. And concepts not free. I haven't seen any demo. Yeah, it's not free. I believe it's $30 one time or $5 a month. And Excalidraw is so good, I love it. I'm glad you do. Yeah, it's really good. What I'll do from here is I'll go ahead and grab that outline guy. But all I'm trying to do right now is just taking the notes that I drew. I want to see if looking at videos, right? Yeah, looking at videos. The first time I ever drew these rocks, I watched videos and tutorials to try to get a feel for how rocks work. So what I did is yesterday, watched the videos, took notes. So I'm going through the same process that I did the first time we did Pixelart. Once we try to draw our initial rock, then we'll go forward with actually looking at rocks, taking reference. So the idea is that just slowly, bit by bit, we're adding onto our knowledge and taking our current knowledge. And wait, free version concepts should be enough to take notes? Maybe? It's been a second since I've tried the free version, but possibly. It could be, yeah. I know it's free on the iPad version at least. The free version's good, pretty good, but you can't move stuff around. And the ad's about to start. Let me go ahead and I will, yeah, okay. We'll run them now. have that out of the way, and then we'll continue. Oh man, this messed me up. And Excalibur mentioned woo, yeah. Excalibur's really good. I do like it. And since we're on an ad break right now currently, I can show off a little bit more of concepts if I go back into this guy here. The only shame is that there's no palette for concepts, but you can see we have 3 brushes, and then there's this tool here, this tool here. You can do different tools, different sizes for your guys, but I like it because while this guy can, if I think I can click, where are we at? This guy? Nope. There's a way to do it. I don't know how. This guy up here, but you can't see it, but there's different pencils and different things you can do. However, if I'm on something like Pure, so this guy here, and we go back into Pure, this guy here, and I try taking notes, you'll notice right away the difference. So if I try writing down in here and do words, W-O-R-D-S, it has a different feel than the other guy. So usually I don't write in this program. I usually use it as an image reference since it allows you to do GIFs. If you can see all these GIF guys, but Concept doesn't let you do GIFs. And again, this guy overlays on top of what you're doing. So I can have this on screen. You might give her a speech impairment with those bands. I feel like whenever it happens, I just have to start talking very fancy and elaborate and extend my words. And I wonder if you're using a mouse or a pad to draw pixel art and concepts. Ooh, you know what? That is a great question. I will add to the thing. W-C-U-N-T-A-B-L-E-T. Thank you for that one. Not anti-lose. I use a tablet, drawing tablet. It is a Wacom Intuos Pro Bamboo version, I believe. This guy is gotten so aware saying this. I paused for a second. This guy is it's at least 5 years old. I had it for a while, but it served me well. And yep, draw pixel art and concept. Yep. I use a tablet since while you can use mouse and keyboard, in the long run it can ruin your wrist. And I am not only a programmer, I also am trying to learn piano, so the less I can hurt my wrists, as I also have very delicate wrists, so the less I can ruin my wrists, the better. As you know, they're my little money makers, razzle and dazzles. And hi Ignorant B, welcome back to stream. After 5 weeks of cruel cost-benefit analysis studies, I'm free, and I can focus on studying what is really important: drawing some rocks. yeah. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you did some, what is it? 5 weeks? Yeah, studies. Okay, I thought it was studies. Had to double check since people have been saying that it's finals currently at the moment. And we gotta protect the money makers. Oh yeah. I'm telling ya. I feel like everything I do, at least piano, a keyboard, I don't know what I do in a world where my phalanges weren't working properly. And delicate risk of alien purple princess. Indeed. I've been told I have very dainty wrist. But the ad break is over, so let's continue. So from here, what I'm gonna do for these steps is I'm going to paste this guy down here. I'm gonna move you here, and then what I wanna do is add an outline. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here and do Shift O on Aseprite. And what that does is it adds an outline. You can also do it manually, but I'm just doing it this way to make it a little bit easier on myself. And moving that guy down there. And then from there, I think what I do is I add let me see if I can extend this out a little bit to make it easier to see on screen. Lovely, look at that. And hello there, Devilar. Welcome back to stream. Hello. Welcome. And hello there. And let's see, if you guys draw rocks, can I also model rocks? Yeah, 100%. The idea is that I do game development, and it's all aspects of game development. So whether you're doing 2D art, 3D art, I want to try to cover all fields or mediums of it if I can, because you can't do 3D pixel art. I think it's really neat. Saying all of that, what I'll do is I'll add that shininess area to the edges. You can kind of see here for some of the bits. What I'll do is I'll have kind of a shiny end there, and then also do a shiny bit here for our little oomph. I think possibly what we'll do is we'll have this guy go up a little bit like a mini stair, and at the very least, have a great voice. That can be the last resort. You're very sweet. The thing is, whenever I speak, I speak, believe it or not, I mentally, like, just imagine yourself, close your eyes. I speak with my hands a lot too. Very much. So let's see. And by the way, Pixelrama on itch is a really solid free pixel art software. There's a pixel art software I read in a book. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it, but apparently it's free and it's used a lot, or it's very popular among the more professional pixel artists, but I'll have to add that. And thank you for that one. I will save Pixelrama so I can have it up for after stream so I can take a look at it. Saying all that, I think what I'll add next in my areas is possibly, let's see, I'll go ahead and copy you. Next time I do the elevator pitch, it'll just be me going, hello there. I want to go ahead and grab this guy here, and possibly, right, maybe what we can do is have a bit of shading like that, but I'm not quite sure I like that bit down there. And Aseprite's also free on their GitHub. Yep, there's a way to compile it. On my website, I have that guide there as well. It is shiny. I always think the final touch of shininess helps a lot in the feel of the rock. What I want to do next is another trick I learned. As I learned, you can kind of see it here, right, with the black outline that we have. And are you talking about Librasprite? It's free. Librasprite is a fork of Aseprite, but it's something different. There's a way to get Aseprite itself for free, and then there's Librasprite, but they're both free depending on how you do things. And Eris, hello there. Generalized. I don't know how to say the second one there. I'm not big on Star Wars. This rock kind of looks like a Flappy Bird. Something like that. I can see it most certainly. Saying all of that, what I'll add as well, let's see. I'll go ahead and I'll do a bit of a method you can see here where we grab the next darker color for our areas at the top, and we're just gonna do a shaded outline for here. So I'll go ahead and move these guys up here like so, like that. And a hoarse, quiet voice, almost as if you had lost your voice. This is maybe hoarse and gravelly like a General Ezra. Perhaps perchance. I'll go ahead and grab you here. And oh, Honorable actually has a link to how. Yep, indeed. I try my best, like I said, as much as I can to get things in order. Saying that though, do we move that guy there? I think that works for our outline. And possibly there's another thing we could do. Maybe we want another feel here. So maybe we add another guy here, right? And from there, what we can do is have it like that. And then we have you kind of like that. But I think possibly it's more, it'd be better to do it like this. Yeah. Maybe. And actually, what I'll do is I'll do our, oh, we don't have that many colors now I'm thinking about it. Something akin to here, where it's a bit of a darker color, possibly. And we got the silly guy quota check for tonight. We can all go home now, folks. The silly guys are very important to the study process, I'd say. Let me go ahead and see about, maybe we can do, you know what? Keeping it simple. I just want to do something small, something quick. I think, though, we're done. We're done in terms of just fast Pixelart from before, after, where we are before, where we are now. And is it possible to make a rock that looks like the rock? We'll get there, don't you worry, Anthony. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I hope you've been well, too. What I'll do is I'll drag these guys down here. I'll copy you. And just to be fair, since I didn't use the palette from before, or I didn't use those colors, what I'll do is I'll grab this guy here, and I'll go ahead and set this to not continuous. And I'll go ahead and use these colors so that we have a feel for the whole thing. And I'm wondering, let's see, this is our highlight. It's that color, and then it's this color, and then it's this color. Alrighty, there we go. So, what do you think? 3 years of pixel art. These guys took me, I'd say, maybe 4 hours to try to do. Maybe 4 to 5 hours. This was about maybe a 10-ish minutes of rocks. So you think I've improved? Just a bit of a smidge. I could certainly see myself trying to do more areas here, but I think just as a warm-up, as a starter, I'm liking it a lot. And when I flex my forearms, I can feel my muscle fibers tearing. What an interesting thing to say. I think that does it for our warm-up, though. I think we're off to a good start. Let me go ahead and move this guy here. Sprite, canvas size, and we'll just multiply this by 2. So I can do times 2, and then I can do let's see, do it from here, and I can do times 2 here, and move you from top corner and do okay, like that. And I'll go ahead and move you up here, like so, and move you up here. Now, when back 3 years ago, when I didn't know about things like, what's the word I'm looking for? I only knew of YouTube when it came to studying pixel art. I didn't know about Twitter much. I didn't know all those things. So we're gonna use those resources and see what the feel is. And I like the rock after 3 years of Pixelart, but I'd say it's both as good depending on the art style you're going for. Do you mean these guys up here? I'd say so. I think of all of them, this one's my favorite. I think this one has the most feeling character. I think this one might be the most confusing, but I'm happy to know that things have changed. It's not the same feel. I was super confused starting out with Pixelart, but I can definitely say I've gotten to a nice degree. And oh, cool rocks. Thank you, and welcome to the stream, the Whitechapel. For some reason, I feel like I've seen that name before. But maybe I'm thinking of another chapel something. Welcome, regardless, welcome to the stream. And why in the world does this look like raw gold from Minecraft? I mean, if you made it gold, I can see it, yeah. Round gold in Minecraft's usually round, so yeah, I can see it 100%. If we go back into planning, and I get some coffee. Now that we've done our first try, what I want to do is look at some step-by-step tutorials I was able to find online. These were step-by-step tutorials I found on YouTube. If I go back to concepts really quickly, you can see here these guys. I tried my best to figure out, okay, what steps are they taking? You can see here, and I think this might be my favorite method. This is the one I think that we'll be using in the sense of the idea is that first you figure out your surfaces. So let me move this a little bit to make it easier. This is by Tian Hong, I think Hong Liz. I probably butchered that, but I tried. Saying that, the idea is that first you think in terms of geometry. So what's your top, what's your side, what's your bottom? Then you round it out, and then you add a lot of detail. I really like this method. And what I try to do is I try to look at any methods that people explain. I think I find the videos where they're talking through the process to be really handy, really helpful. And I did read that. Good. Really handy, really helpful. The idea is that what we'll do is if I go to our PRF guy here, what we're going to try to do is, using these methods from some creators I was able to find, we're going to try to draw some rocks. Now, Anthony was questioning earlier about rock references, and I'm glad they brought that up, as I have some pictures here of rocks. As you can see, the idea is that we're gonna look at some tutorials and see what we can take away for the next bits. Let's see, it's about 2:11 here, so about maybe 3, possibly, or 2:30, 2:45. Possibly in that time range, we'll try to do those guys. Then we'll take a look at official art from games. And sorry, but I have to leave. Good night, Iris. Good night, Benedictus. Rest well. I really do. Hope you do rest well. As yeah, sleep is important. I am running on 3 hours of sleep. If you can believe it, I am. Let's see. Play chat. Yep. Thanks for stopping and thanks for chatting, even as fast as you did. 3. My sleep schedule is a thing, you know? I'm filled with determination. Let's go. Many rock references. Saying that, I think a great place to start would possibly be, let's try this guy. Let's try this tutorial by Cylindrin. I'm telling you, I'm trying. And yes, I believe. Yeah, lots of determination is very important. I'll grab this guy here, and I always like looking at these guys because they tell you what's going on. They give some ideas. You can see, let's see if I can find it. This will be handy for later, but I like these step-by-step tutorials where they show you what they're doing and they say what you're doing. I think these are really handy as it kind of helps. Okay, this guy goes here, this guy goes here, and hello, Senor Frankie. Welcome back to stream. Hola, Eris. Happy you better. Thank you. Or how do you say it? How do you say thank you in Spanish? I forgot. No, that's good job. Muy bien. Nope, I don't remember. I was about to say arigato. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab this guy, and we'll see about the feel. Now, I kind of want to combine this guy just a smidge. I think the feel of this is a little bit hard to understand, right? So I think dividing these into sections is a great idea. However, I think what's a better idea is if I move this guy here, the one I showed you earlier where it was the kind of geometry feel. You can see right sketch, then we do the outline, shading, and final. And ciao, excusez-moi for being late. welcome, Banana. Welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let's see. Waiting for you to speak something in Polish. I will work up to that eventually. Saying all that, what I'll do is, I'll go back here into drop, and I'll make this guy a little bit smaller. So I'll grab our pure screen, let me make it so it is about, let's see, Pierogi? I remember that name. I've seen that name before. Let me move you about up here, I think would be a good reference to look at. I'll move this down here, and by keeping this on top, like this, and are these rocks for game dev? Nope. However, I do hope to have some games. Now, it's a little bit beforehand, but I can talk about it since, you know, it's a thing, and that food's not a name. It's a name. It's a person's name. It definitely is a name. 100%. I've seen the name Pierogi. But to answer your question, Whitechapel, the idea is that I go through different topics related to Pixelart. While Pixelart can be used for things like this, where you might not necessarily make this and put this in a game, I do like trying to make things like game assets to get a better feel, since when I'm making my games, I want to draw Pixelart for the game. So for example, I'll try to study how to draw characters in games and also just art in general for Pixelart. So the thing of, what am I trying to use it for? Saying all of that, once upon a time, as I'm not sure if we'll get to this, but once upon a time, back in like I'd say, what's the best way to describe it? Once upon a time, back after I left college, after I dropped out, and pierogies are food, it is a name. I'm telling ya. But after I dropped out of college, I gave my shot at learning Pixelart. And after drawing these rocks, I decided for one summer, I'm going to try to make a game. And it was going to be a simple platform game. It was going to be called Careful Henry, and the idea was that you play as this golem, this huge golem that is a gentle heart soul, and the idea was that you have to get from point A to point B without crushing the citizens of the village. Hence a little bit of a, you know, red pudding here, or what would you call it? The strawberry jam, so to speak. And Fluffy, what do you mean? And my rocks are better than your rocks. Show single gray pixels. You'd be surprised. Sometimes a single gray pixel is enough, I'd say. If I zoom out here and I bring you to here, this was the first installment of me trying to create a Pixelart rock creature, and this was me trying again. So if we have time at the end of stream, I like to try to redraw this guy in a more updated style, as this was going to be in a game. This was going to be like an idle animation. So the idea is that by doing these studies, I'll be able to put them into purpose. And from Salem, oh, is that a game, I'm guessing? I'm not too sure. Like, I don't get the reference quite, senor. Let's see. Yeah, Scammer's Payback. Yep. And it's Pierogi's food. Yep. I understand. I mean, nicknames are names still. And funny enough, in Russian, pierogies are small pies, and equivalents are, oh, I don't know that name. And yeah, studies are important. Yeah. And good evening from Germany. Ooh, welcome, Shadow. I've had a few Germans here before. Welcome to stream. Saying all of that, let me go ahead and move this guy here. I want to try maybe doing this sort of tutorial where we can see, right? First, we have two colors here, and to keep things similar, to keep things on point, we'll go ahead and use the colors here. Now, if you'd like to participate and join along, what I'll do is I'll paste these colors here. That way you can use these if you don't want to use your own colors. And I'll put that in Discord. And I definitely will not try to pronounce that. And animations were always fun, but made me want to explode from frustration. Animations are painful. I'm hoping I get better at them though, as I think animations can add a really fun feel for a game. And I'd love to have a lot of silly animations. I feel like that'd be fun to see things happen and have them the characters or something react in different ways. I think it adds a lot of feel. And the internet's a great tool until you have to find a game asset. So mundane, nobody thought to upload it. Yeah, you'd be surprised. The itch.io page doesn't have a lot of rocks, which I was shocked about. Let me go ahead and move you up here. And now what I want to do is try to follow along for this guy. But before that, I wanted to talk about the idea behind just colors, shadows, things of that nature. So if I go back here, I will use this guy here for one color, this guy here for the next color, and then we'll use this guy here for our, oh, there we go. That guy there for the last color. I'll move this up since I can't see it. There we go. Alrighty. The idea is, when at least you're looking at rocks, is that there's a top side, so that's what the shading part is. So if I go ahead and put this guy here, we have top side, and then we have a front side and a back side. So we have we have the top, we have the front, something like that, and then we have the back. And the idea behind this is that by doing these variations in colors, you can add a feel to your guy. So for example, when we're looking at, if I grab this guy here and copy it really quickly and move you over here, for this guy, red is my top. So we have, oh, hold on, not continuous anymore. We have the top, we have the side, and then we have the dark. There we go, the dark. That's the shape breakdown. So when you're thinking in terms of how to draw rocks, I think that's something that gets a little bit, or that gets overlooked. At least when I was doing something like this, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. So if I copy this guy, this drawing I tried to do, and why so complicated? She can't even. I can't. I try, but it doesn't go well. So for this guy here, if I were to do this method, how would I try to picture what's going on here? I'm not quite sure. We can try and see if we can figure it out. For example, maybe what I was thinking is I'll put this guy as our top. So I'll go ahead and make these guys our continuous. So I think maybe that was supposed to be the top. Maybe this guy was supposed to be our side. And then maybe this guy was supposed to be our bottom. And you can kind of see, right, how this doesn't look quite right. So just not even thinking of color, thinking in terms of structure, how might I redo this rock today? If I grab it, we're keeping the same shapes. Something to note, let's see. Alrighty, so first things first. Oh, my throat. Hold on. Blah. We're all good. A-okay. What I'll do first is I'll go ahead and grab you here, and we'll try rounding the area out here. Possibly like this, right? Top. And then from there, we also have a top here, right? Now, I'm trying to keep it in line. Next up for these side guys, right? We're thinking top, side, bottom. Voice mod isn't working. It's merely allergies. And hydrate. Thank ya. Yeah. So I usually have like water, tea, or a coffee, things of that nature here. Since surprisingly, talking for an extended amount of time does wonders to the throat. But thank you, not anti-leaves for the water review. And you should do a color for cracks, maybe? Cracks are something you would add afterwards, like for extra detail. Since my drawing, I don't think included cracks. I want to include them, but cracks is something I would add to in terms of detail. If you look here, I think, what are we looking at? Yeah, this is outline. Cracks sort of get added. Well, these guys don't really have cracks, I'd say. Maybe that could be considered a crack, but right now we're just thinking structure. I would say cracks come down to when you're adding, oh, my throat again. Hold on. We're okay. But details, like you can see, right? Cracks can be detail, vegetation, things of that nature. So there's different things you can add to a rock, but the rock itself, before we even think about special stuff, we gotta focus on the bare minimum. That's what I'm at least trying to do. Usually that's how I feel like it works better for me. However, I like the shinies. So we will certainly get the cracks, 100%. Alrighty, so trying to keep this guy up here and cleaning it up. What I'll try to do is see about, right, so we have, this is the top. I'm gonna maybe do this as more of a top here. Like that could possibly work out a little bit more. And then from there, right, okay. That's the top, this is the top part. Then we have the side. This is tricky, I can say that. Usually, when I look at these, what I'll try to do is I'll try to sketch out what I'm doing. So for example, for this guy here, what I might say is if I move this up here, and wait, I just thought of a Polish song, it's gonna send it to Miss Media. Sure. And it's long enough, but that's gonna settle for sure. Lovely to hear. I'm excited to see if it can be helped. What can help here is thinking in terms of 3D. That's why I did the 3 colors. So sometimes, or not sometimes, but this is where knowing your 3D can come in handy. Knowing how to draw boxes, like say, this, for example, can be handy because it can help you fill out perspective. And when you're trying to figure out, all right, how's this rock supposed to look in this guy here, it can be helpful. So when we're looking at this guy, right, what's the shape of the box? This one here is easy to understand, right? We have the top here, and then we have another top here. There's kind of an edge here, like this, and then we have the side. That's the feel of that guy. When I look at something like this, and I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? And if we're trying to see this, right, there's kind of a top here, there's kind of another top here, and then there's another top here, kind of like big, medium, small, sorta ish. So then I'm thinking, okay, maybe, right, because maybe this guy's coming out like that. Maybe then this guy is coming out like possibly this. We have this guy all along here, and then maybe we have this guy around here. So that might make it a little bit easier. And the box, I think the box is shaped like a box. Did I say that? Oh no. I try my best not to. I repeat words very often, but then I forget mid-sentence. It is an interesting occurrence. I can 100% say that. So when we're looking at this guy, right, if I'm looking at what we just did, and I go back into Aseprite, what are we seeing? We have this guy here. So I'll go ahead and possibly, we'll just add that there. And then from that, the green is the side. So you know what? I'll do blue here. And then our green side, so we can say possibly this is a side, right? Oh, if it'll let me. Maybe this is a, continuous, off. There we go. Maybe that's a side, right? Maybe then we have, all right, side. So everything to the left. We maybe have this guy's everything to the left, possibly. But I don't think that's to the left. This is be one flat surface. So that guy kind of going back in space. So I think it might look better like this. And then from there, it'll let me. Oh, it won't let me. We also have an area down here. So I'll go ahead and add that guy down there. And from there, we kind of have an edge here, but I think for now, that's okay. And if this continues, you need a community clip editor. Well, the thing is, I don't have the, what is that, the word I'm looking for? The expenditures of funds to properly pay an editor. But if there's one thing I'd love to get rid of in terms of the creative process when it comes to either YouTube or Twitch or streaming, editing. That's how I burnt myself out the first time I did YouTube, was editing. And I don't know if you saw before, if you were here for it, Ignoron, my first ever short that was about rocks, there was a ton of editing. And if you look nowadays on my editing style when it comes to shorts, completely different. I toned back the editing because it was driving me mad. I'll go ahead and move this guy back here. I'll copy you, paste you here, and if I go ahead and move you here and here, now that we have a bit of a different feel in terms of shape, right? You wonder what the box is shaped like, which makes sense in this context. Oh, okay. I see. I was confused for just a hot second, but thank you for clarifying. Okay, so from there, I'll go ahead and just copy these guys. So we have the side and, where are we at? Side, so this would be this color. The side color here would be, actually, you'd be the top, like that, and actually, we do this. And then we have our side color, so we have that guy there, and then we have our dark color. You can kind of see already, right? It adds clarification, I think. However, if I'm looking at this, I actually think what I was trying to do was have this as a side bit here, something like that possibly. And then I think what I was trying to do was have an area like so, where it was slanting upwards, possibly like that. And I think we would then have, let's see, maybe, something like that I think would work out a little bit better in terms of showing where areas go. Maybe like that. You kind of get the feel I'm trying to go for. And I think I actually might have to move this guy down here. Like, they're all being moved. I only want one of you to be moved. The idea is that I think a lot of rocks comes down to getting that shape correct. Even just small differences, I think, change the way this rock looks. It's the same shape, but a different feel. I'm the best clip creator. I mean, if there are any funny haha clips ever get made, I will 100% credit after I do all the editing for them. What I'll do is I'll try to keep that slant feel in mind, right? I'll go ahead and I'm just trying to figure out the design. If this guy's going up diagonally, hold on. We have this guy here. Here we are. If this guy is going up diagonally, what are we looking at here? I have this as a sort of shading bit at the bottom, but I don't think it works quite well. I think because it's so small, that attempted dithering doesn't quite work as well as I'd want it to. We'll keep it like that for now. I think what would help in our case is making this guy back here darker, since it's back in the area. So it might look something like that instead, where we have, this is a little bit closer. So something like that could work out a little bit better in terms of coloring, but it's just a thing of what layers are we looking at? What's closer, what's further away? When I'm looking at this guy here, if I zoom out a little bit, or actually, I should be able to just do this and move this guy up here. Yep. We have our top guy, and then we have our kind of slanted guy. Let me do, or so like this, or hold on. Slanted guy kind of comes up here, and then we have another flat guy here. The idea is that we have one area here, that's the side bit here, and then we have another side bit here, kind of like so, and then there's a back bit that goes back in space, and then we have a downward bit. So that's the feel that I'm trying to think. And I think that works out a lot better than what we have here. So keeping that in mind, right, we have a slant here, top here. These are all tops. So if this light was coming, if the light was coming from directly above, what would we say? I think this guy would be right. They're directly facing the light, so they're all highlighted. I think that makes sense. That's why we have the second guy here as facing away. So it gets the second down from the color. From there, I think having these guys as the front, since they're facing forward. However, I'm not too sure about that black piece there, so I might remove it for now. And I think, as well, having that guy removed can help it feel a little less funny looking. Now, if we're doing that there, maybe something more like that can work, but I think this works out a little bit better. Something like that can show off the edges rounding, and I think, something like that can help a little bit. Maybe even do that. The original was round, so I want to keep it as best as I can, not round. And hi, ooh, Ansia, I believe, right? Welcome back to stream. Welcome. I hope you've been well. Let's see. And I think from there, right, we have this front guy, which is it's closer to us. So, and then we have one that is backwards behind us. This is when I think I would add the black. And Pixel Overload has a great video on rocks. Yep, I know 100%. If I go back to this guy here really quickly, I have a whole, if I do rocks, Rocksteady. If I go here, you can see I have a playlist, and I do my best whenever I do these guys to try and scrape as many videos as I can into a playlist of just people who have done videos related to the topic. In this case, it's rocks. So I just type in Pixelart rocks, watch these videos, and if I find them handy, they get put up on here. So if there's a rock tutorial out there I didn't come across, let me rephrase this. There's probably not a rock tutorial I didn't come across. I try my best. You can see from 72,000 views, so I think this one has like let's see, 55 views. So I do my best. And still right, and how are you? Lovely. And I'm doing a lot better than I was before. I'm feeling much better today. Thank you. Saying all of that, let's see. I think this helps though in terms of edges. Saying that, possibly what we could do is the greetings. From here, what I think could help is, let's see, that as a side, right? And then if we're looking at this from top down, I think what would help is having this guy here as the background and this guy here as the background, since these are back in time. So something like that might work out a little bit better in terms of, because it's getting less light, it has less effect on us. Because it's getting more light, it could look like this or it could look like this. I think there's a good argument for both. Maybe that could work, but I think the black is too harsh. If I'm being honest, I think 100% I would change this to maybe a darker color, but not black. Possibly like this might be my darker color. If we hue shift over, maybe do a little bit more dark here, I might make it look like this instead of completely black. I think it makes it feel better and not as harsh. Wouldn't you say if I do it like that instead? We'll do that. We'll keep it a little bit not quite the same. And let's see. Pop that guy out. Do I want that guy popped out? I think that works out a little bit better. This guy here is coming out, so this is kind of the side area view. I'm glad you're feeling better on my side. I've been drawing a lot, which is kind of new to me. Lovely. I'm really happy to hear that. I've been trying myself to get more into drawing. I only used to do drawing once a week for these Pixelart studies, but I've been trying more to do drawing daily, if I can help it, but not really hardcore studies, just for fun, just a little doodles here and there. And I think it definitely helps with improving, as you do have to do a little bit of work to do a little less, or a little bit of work to do a lot more work. So if I move this guy here, what I'll do is I'm trying to do edges. I'll just highlight some of these guys here, like that, and then maybe another edge like that. Tiny edges. And this is the same exact rock. Well, actually, might do all of that for a line because it's going down. And a doodle a day keeps the doctor away. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe that's why I'm feeling better. I've been trying to do more doodles. What do you think? This guy compared to the other guy. It's the same exact shape, but I tried to make sense of what I was thinking here. This was 3 years ago in the making, and this is me trying to see, okay, I was thinking slanted maybe there, right? Maybe this guy here for our shaded bit, and then maybe we have this guy down here for another part, and maybe this guy. I try my best to keep to the original look of the rock, but it looks like a rock. I can say that. And vast improvement. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, indeed. It's definitely just wild to look at the before and after. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Let me go ahead and, oh, if it'll let me, do eraser now? So saying all that, what I want to try to do is look at a rock here, and I want to try to maybe emulate this shading here. It's a different shading than the ones I've been doing. Yeah, let's try that. So I'll go ahead and copy you, and this art was by Moonfell RPG, and I found that having a goal helps a lot, and sharing my drawings made me more confident about drawing. That's good, looked really good. My goal is to get better to make pixel art for my game, so if I can have my studies around that type of pixel art, it's really handy. But just goals in general can't help 100%. There's your long-term goals, your short-term goals, and your mid-term goals. I think they're really handy. Let's see. I think this guy might be our boulder or rock of choice. I'll go ahead and move this guy back here. We'll go ahead and move you. Oh, wrong guy. We need to move you up like, oh. I just wanted to move it over here to make it a little bit easier to see. And I'll move you to make you smaller, like so. So first thing first, we need to determine the highlights. Where is the sunlight coming from? Midterm goals? Yep. You usually, or at least this is what I heard in terms of like piano. The idea is that you want to have goals that are immediate, goals that are midterm, and goals that are long-term. Goals that are immediate can be completed in like a day. Goals that are midterm can be completed in like maybe a week or a month. And then goals that are long-term are like year goals down the line. And the goals that are midterm should help your long-term, and the goals that are daily should help, or short-term should help your midterm. And the idea is that they kind of go, it's like a waterfall effect. And ooh, I should have looked at mountains. I should have looked at mountains before drawing some. You're already doing better than me. What do you mean in terms of drawing mountains, or what do you mean exactly? Can you elaborate a little bit? And I have a funny saying about programming. Oh, I'm quite curious, Louie, if you could give it my way. But you can see here, right? Debugging for 20 hours can save you up to 2 minutes of reading the documentation. I mean, that's true. That's 100% true. Yeah. I can't agree to that. I want to get better at commenting for my code. But what we're gonna do here is you can see, right? When we're looking at where's the light coming from, and all of these light is coming from the top. When we're looking at this guy here, where's our light coming from? The side. So if I go ahead and just quickly grab, and oh, thanks, that makes a lot of sense. I'm really glad. Yeah, for me, motivation comes and goes. So having goals is sometimes helpful, sometimes not. Because it's a thing of, I'm not really reaching my goals, but maybe your goals just are too big. Maybe you're a little bit too ambitious. So maybe doing a little bit less will help you. And I'm capable of having long-term goals. So I think it kind of depends on the person. 100%, yeah. For different people are motivated by different things, but you shouldn't rely on motivation. That's what got me, because if I wasn't motivated to do the thing, I wouldn't do the thing. But the issue is, you have to show up. Sometimes regardless of motivation. And usually when you show up, your motivation will come. I think that's really been important for me to realize. So sometimes even if I'm not feeling well to doing the thing, just doing the thing, even if I do it 50% or even 1%, I still did the thing. That's what matters, is that it's better than nothing. Sometimes something's better than nothing, yeah. ... What is it, ignorant? Where are all these dots? Let me go ahead and do this. This is SUNLIPHE. Maybe I should have made it yellow. And oh, I did do that. Lovely. Okay, let me move this. Oh, wrong buttons here. Press this guy, space. There we go, sunlight. So the idea is that we have a medium part and a shaded part. I think there's only 2 colors here, yep. And for me, the long-term goals have the emphasis of long. Yep, long-term is long-term. Like, for example, at least with piano, a really difficult piece like something like the classical Beethoven, Mozart, and maybe midterm could be like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and then daily could be just doing finger exercises, things like that. And let me move you here, and let me move you here. Alrighty. In terms of shaping, that's what we want to focus on first. I'll go ahead and grab our rock here, and let's first talk about this. And I've tried the hyper-realism pixel art recently. It's extremely difficult, and I get the overall color palette wrong. I need to study this. Interesting! That's a really interesting one. I definitely think there's a place for detailed pixel art, as you can see here. And I would 100% like to get to some point of doing this. Hold on, this doesn't do it justice. Let me, let's go back into PureRef just really quickly, as I think it's important to note. Let me make the sky this big. Look at this art. It's very detailed, it's very big. let's take a look at now, look at this! Look at all this rocks! These rocks, right? Very detailed, very big. What about, let's see, there's another one on here I remember saying, look at this, isn't this really pretty? But it's really detailed. And to get to this, you have to understand the basics. So that's why I try my best to focus on the simple stuff, because eventually you'll add all your cracks and shines and highlights, but you don't know where to put those guys if you don't know where the two colors go. And very cool rocks, aren't they? I really like them. Rocks are such a cool idea, or they're such a cool topic to talk about and discuss. So let me go ahead and make this guy a little bit smaller here. Like, yeah, like that. I think that works. Let me move you back here, and I'll move you back here. So when we're looking at this guy here, and oh, I missed something. Very true. I had the luck of discovering co-working streams and cool apps to do tasks even when not motivated. Yeah, that's what I spent this week trying to do. Because I've bounced between apps in terms of motivation. 100%. And oh, thank you for the
underscore disco option just
stream.
Subscribed. Those rocks look tasty. Got a good crunch to it.
Crunch? What? First it's people chewing ice, and now they're chewing rocks. You know, I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm surprised. Welcome regardless, though. And hi, Clone. Welcome back to stream as well. Welcome. And rocks, they do indeedy. And I tend to shift long-term goals towards a few medium-term goals. Over a week, a month are best to have product. Yep. And if I can't or want something better, I make improvements. Yep. And they do look kind of you know, usually if you add this shine here, it makes it look teeth strengthening exercise. Well, that's very silly. Oh boy. And now that I notice, those chocolate looking rocks look like some crumbs of no! Hold on. Hold on. Where is it at? Where is it at? I think it's this one here. Is this an edible rock? Huh? Are you gonna eat this? Huh? Is it tiny enough to be tasty? Crunchy rocks. Forbidden chocolate fudge. Yes! I shouldn't have asked. I think this is from, Earthbound, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I guess right. Yeah, Earthbound rocks. But the idea is that to make it look more realistic, you don't want a lot of shine, so something like this. However, for rocks, right, sometimes they're shiny, but for metallic cartoony, add the shine. Don't want the shine, more realistic. You can see, right, these guys, not shine, they look more real. This guy doesn't really have shines, but you could possibly call that a shine, depending on the material. I like adding the shine because I like cartoony things and colorful things. And A, don't compare the mad lads that damage their teeth to the normal practices of consuming water in a funny way. I'm judging you all. Especially if you chew your ice cream. Yum. And let's see, you have no idea how valuable knowledge is? It's a little frustrating that my own teachers have only a fraction of that insight. Oh, you're sweet, Ignorant. Really, you are. This is from years of trial and error, speaking of motivation and learning. As it's always a struggle to figure out. And your knowledge, yeah, it's knowledge that's been gained over the years of failure and trying. But I'm glad it's good knowledge. And it works sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, sometimes do, sometimes it's just don't be. Saying that, let's go ahead and see. All right, our highlights, 2 colors, right? We have our dark and our light. And I think this guy uses 4 colors in total. Let's see, we have our top, we have our, you can also see, right? My whites are very white, our highlights. And these guys, this isn't very white, so it's not as plasticky looking. I think if I were to lower this down, so if I were to tone it down to possibly like this, and maybe do, oh, hold on. If I were to make it something more akin to, if I do, oh, hold on, it'll let me, just that guy there, and then do this guy here. Doesn't it feel less cartoony? It's not too big of a difference, but because it's not as noticeable as pop, it's not plasticky, as plasticky at least. And let me go ahead and put this guy back up here. And we'll go ahead and drag you there. Now, this is our normal tone, that's what I'm trying to figure out. We have 1 tone, our light and our dark, And then from our light and dark, we add outline. And then we add a really dark color. And then we add some middle parts. So light, dark. Okay, let's start there. Let me go ahead and move this here. It's sunlight. Lovely. And I'm gonna go munch on some ice cream now. Thanks for pushing me to do what's best. I do not condone this behavior. Oh boy, I worry about your teeth. So looking at this, what we're seeing is, right, first we have left side, and I'll make this rock a little bit bigger. So we'll do probably like this, right? And we're just trying to get the blobby feeling. So we have our left side again, and it's round, so I'm gonna do possibly something like this. Move this guy here. I'm just trying to get a feel of the rock down. I don't want to do it too big because these studies are supposed to be not too big. If I did a really huge rock, then it would be a lot of work, wouldn't it? And I learned with Eris that motivational coaches do exist. You're too sweet. It's something, at least for me, I try my best to say what I like to hear. As it's not that I don't give up, but it's very easy for me to both get uninterested really fast and also burn out really fast. So having that boost and trying to continue to do things, trying to continue to learn and think, well, I'm not feeling up to it today, so I'll save it for another time. I'll be able to get to it, but then I never get to it. That's just trying to put those in motions. I can say to those that want to look into more motivational stuff, one thing I really enjoyed reading was this book called Atomic Habits. That's a really good book. That definitely helped me a lot. And hold on, I did read that, and let's see. What's weird is metal is that variation changes a lot to shine. Yep, because metal is very glossy. It has a very reflective surface, so adding that shine does help a lot. Yep. Maybe that's why the gloss can be for a plasticky sort of cartoony look, or it could be for a shine off of a light. And let's see. And so you have to add different shine colors and angles on what seemingly is the same surface. Yep, depending on the thing, it can change a lot. I can agree with that. Let's see, there's kind of a shape here, it looks like. And I'm not giving up on things. Most things give up on me. You know what? That's the spirit. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. It's not me, it is you. I'll go ahead and move this guy about here. I think, yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel. So we'll move this guy about here. Oh, hold on, our continuous motion there, and then move you there. And I wonder what you usually do on weekdays. Do you also practice Pixelart and game dev? I usually burn out if I try to do more activity after school. You know, it is funny you mentioned that. Not anti-lace. I have recently, well, I say recently, this week I tried my best to make a schedule. Usually I can keep up with a schedule for a few weeks, but because of my sleep patterns, it's really hard for me to keep a schedule since sometimes I fall asleep really fast, sometimes not a lot. That was another thing, is that because it's hard to control my sleep, I can't do the things I want to do, like wake up in the morning to be extra productive and go to the gym and things of that nature. It was really hard, so I've been trying to have a more flexible schedule, but I have, like I said before, I wasn't doing Pixelart. The only time I was doing Pixelart was when I was doing it during these week studies. So I would do Pixelart once a week. However, I feel so targeted. Indeed. I'm telling you, it is a, well, I guess you could call it a pain point, but also a point that I have to acknowledge. I'm not good at this thing, but I want to get good at this thing because it helps me get productive. It helps me get to do the things I want in life, like playing the piano. Can't get better at the piano if I don't practice daily. Very important, but sometimes you can't practice daily. But as long as you're consistent, like maybe every other day or something like that. And schedule, what do I look like? A bus? I mean, if it quacks like a goose, honks like a goose, and I have something that can make everyone laugh or smile, can I do it? Something with elevator? I'm not sure what you mean, Rudy. I'm not quite sure if I want to entertain the idea.
Roddy3 just redeemed IRL word ban.
I'm making that an hour. No longer 30 minutes. Maybe it can only happen once a stream, possibly, but that's gotta change. That has gotta change. It's got to go. Hold on, let me hide that guy there and move you here. And hello, Chaos Gremlin. Are you switching? I am twitching. But welcome, Mnemonic. Welcome to stream. Let me go ahead and hide you. Hold on. Show you and hide you. Show you. There we go. 3 minutes. And where do you get the money from? Or where do you get the money for that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to up the price or do something. Something will have to be done. And I did read that. Good. And I was planning it with Lusk. I don't believe that. I don't believe it one bit. And I did read all of those things. Okay, we're good to go. Gotcha. Lovely. Continuing from where we were, I'm trying to add our, well, another thing to look at, I think that is important when trying to draw something, is looking at the shape. So not only the lighting, what are the shapes we're seeing when we're looking at the rock? If I click here and do draw, and I try to round it out, I'll use a different color this time, and I can send you the screenshots. I'm not sure I want to see them. And we should make her do individual timers. What does that mean? I'm free to know. And now I have multiple to-do lists, and I advance on one every day I work on something. Yeah. A great idea. You can do a list of things you want to do and pick one every time. Yep. That is the method I've been using recently, is I write down things I want to accomplish. And then from there, whenever I have a time block, I can say, okay, what do I think I can get done in the amount of time allotted? That's how that tends to work. And let me make you bigger like that. And how many word bands do you got right now? 2. I am suffering like there's no tomorrow. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get the general shape of the rock. So if I go ahead and draw along the lines, and I move you up and down, something to that extent, you can see the word I'm not supposed to say right up there. And the difficult thing about metal is that it reflects colors. I don't think it's difficult. I think that's what makes metal really pretty. We've done metal studies before. I think another fun thing to study is crystals. That's also really nice. Let me go ahead and move that aside. Oh, never mind. Can I unlink you? There is a way to unlink it. If I do mode, if I go ahead and click on big rock, yeah, huge big rock. If I go ahead and click, I'm trying to word and explain what I'm doing in the moment so that I don't think about the ultimatum on the board, but I'm trying to, hierarchy, I found it. And then if I click on you here and undo you from drawing, I believe I can move you there, like that. And how do I undo hierarchy? Control J. There we go, like that. Woo. And let's see, I have timers on my phone for different activities that I want to do during the week. Yep, it's a very handy method. A very handy one indeed. I feel ya, but the deadlines are too much pressure. Yeah, I can't handle the pressure, time pressure. So unless I have a deadline, I don't have the amount of time I want and it works great, I can't handle the pressure. So unless I have, hold on, didn't read that. Unless I have a deadline, I don't have an amount of time. Thank you for that, Redeem. Let me stretch.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed Screech.
To the right, to the back. Oh, I felt like that cracked something. To the front. There we go. Thank you for that redeem. And okay, let me go ahead and hide that. The thing is, the more you redeem the word this, the better I get. The stronger I get. The easier it is for me to go without saying it. Which is great. Great for me. Let me go ahead and hide you there. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Multiple to-do list. Yep. And yep, did read that. And oh, I did read that. Good. Make mute for funny. Ooh, that'd be terrible. And deadlines and everything reflects colors. It does. There's this one, we've done a color study before, but we might have to do a light study. I feel like that could be really fun. And light is a topic that I haven't covered yet, but it's something if there's one aspect of art I want to get good at, it is colors. The study of colors, the study of light, I feel like that could be really fun. It's just an interesting to think about because it's the thing of, what are you seeing? Why is this thing the color it is. For example, the sunlight is yellow, it has yellow light, yellow color, so that's why this is yellowish. But this guy here, why is this bluer? Because the sky is blue, and the sun, or the sky, is picking up the sunlight rays, and that sunlight is then bouncing in the air, it's collecting all of those guys, and it's hitting that, so that's why it's blue. You might even see a little bit of green here because it might hit the ground and then hit it back up with a little bit of green. It's wild, the science behind light. And let's see, that rock looks like a Pokemon. Reluctant, look him up. Relican't? Hold on, let me move you here. And yep, and I'm feeling generous today. So if you add a redeem to remove the ban, I could use it for you if you're nice. You know, that'd be lovely. An anti-word ban. Don't give her no ideas. Too late. Lovely idea. And what program do you use for this? Which program specifically? Lazy random content. What I can do is if I do exclamation FAQ, and then I can go ahead and copy this here and copy paste that there. You should be able to find all the programs that you see me use for streams. That should answer your question for the different programs. And I did read that. Good. I'm sorry it's too late. It is. And game working, a little late. I'm so happy, still probably stuff added, but I'm fighting with someone for like 2 hours now, and now it's working. I'm glad it's working for you. Okay, so now that we kind of have this shape, you can see my shape is not this shape. We're gonna refine that shape a little bit. We kind of have this guy go up, maybe more like that, and then we kind of have this shape come down a little bit more, so it's more akin to this, I'd say. And how to use extensions and scripts in, I'm guessing, Aseprite? And is it Tam? That's my best guess. I'm guessing the lines on the top of the word are said a little bit differently. You can tell me how to pronounce it and I'll give it my best shot. But welcome to stream. Welcome. If you mean extensions and stuff, you should be able to, if you just search up on YouTube something like how to do Aseprite extensions, you should be able to find it. It's a nice feature. I have seen many of them, and I think they're very handy. For example, this is a special theme for Aseprite. Oh, I will have to put that on there too for my Aseprite customization, things of that nature. And I'm gonna be right back. Good luck on the rock thingy. No worries. Thanks for popping it out as much as you please. From there, right, we have this guy, and it is our top here for the top of the rock. And this is the side too, so we might even do, right, this is the top for this guy. So it might be more akin to like, let's see, this guy here. So we might do like that, because this is the top. And then this is on the side, like so, and hydrate. Hydrate
check underscore 16 just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. I did. I see. Alright, saying all that, what I'm curious about is this guy here. You can kind of see, right? That tippy top guy. Now, when you're trying to convert something from real life into pixel art, the issue can be you can't do one-to-one. So for example, when we were looking at the mountain, right? Mountains can be very detailed, but sometimes you don't need to draw too much detail to imply something. So for example, if we zoom in here, and here really, there's only 2 colors used for a mountain.
Rocket underscore H0 Rise is now following.
Ooh, interesting name. Rocket Force. Thank you for the word. Thank you for the follow. There we are. Well, welcome to stream. Welcome. And I'm never gonna save the money for the voice at the street. Big numbers, big spending. Now let me move this back to where we were. Right here. Lovely. Okay. So saying all of that, let's see. This guy, I think that's the issue, right? What I'm doing is that guy at the top right there. This guy needs to be kind of like this for our bit here. And that's not what we're seeing here. It's more so, oh, actually, zooming in here, if I move you here and do draw again, and thank you, just had to make some pixel art recently and would love to do more with some guidance. How sweet. And I'm glad you started with pixel art and doing pixel art. I am by no means a pixel art expert or even teacher. But I try, I do. You might find, hold on, if I do Pixelart, no, I don't remember the thing. I don't think it's GES. Getting started is a GS? Ah, it is. You might find that helpful. I also link on that website there to different pixel art channels. So pixel art channels that have more expertise. So you might find those guys to be very handy. Well, that might be something of interest to you. And you know, I was able to buy voice before I used second ban. And what if we all redeem at the same time? Oh my. That happened before and it was terrible. If that starts happening though, I might have to increase the prices. So you have been warned, all right? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And there's a lot of things I wouldn't do. Saying that, I also want to try to capture a wheat rounder. You did. It was awful. I also want to try to capture this guy here. But you can see, right? There's a bit of turning in space. We have this guy up here, so the side, but then it's also facing away. There's kind of a down area, and I want to try to get that down area for this area here. I think that's also important to try, but ads are about to start, so I'll let them run while I have some water and coffee. And we do not speak of what happened on June 1st. What happened on June 1st? Huh? Hold on, let me check my calendar. That was on a Sunday. Nope, I don't remember, but I remember it was something. It was something, that is for certain. But let me get some more water. Tasty. Okay, and while we're at it, let me also blow my nose. And let me do this button here. Should be all good to go. And June 1st was the oh. Yeah. That jogs the memory alrighty. And mine was with some note. Bananas and mac. Oh, I see. Yeah, died too many coffee. Oh man, that was something. Oh boy, was it something. And my art was very epic. I believe it was. Did I upload it? Hold on. You know what? I'll check afterwards. I will make a note. I have to make sure you uploaded it to the website up there. But yeah, from what I remember, everyone's was so lovely. They were all so adorable, truly. Okay. I think time-wise, I think recently I've been doing too much timing, not enough to doodle. We have about 2 hours left, and in those 2 hours, what I would hope to complete is, let's see. I want to look at let's see, right now we're on step by step. I want to look at some game references. We want to do extra details. I don't think we'll get to the golem, so we'll scrap the golem. I don't think that's happening. So if we skip the golem, then that leaves referencing games. Game referencing, if we do like an hour of that, or hour 30 minutes possibly, because we have about 2 hours left. So step by step in those 2 hours. If we do another 30 minutes here, so about 30 minutes more of trying to draw this rock, and then do about 30 minutes of referencing, and then 30 minutes of rock details. We should be able to fit everything in there if I'm calculating this time allocation in my mind. We'll see how it goes though. This is the part where math comes into play, and that's not my subject, but I do like it. It's very fun, and thank you. I would have tried harder, but I joined a little late. No worries. What you did do, it was very cute. Super adorable. And I do need to play one shot. That is a thing that will happen eventually. Sometime soon TM. Let me move this guy back up here and then get a little bit more water and then we should be good to go. Okay. Yeah, I think what would be handy is trying to figure out, okay, we have the top guys, side guys, bottom guys, what are we looking at? I think this is a pretty good reference though. Usually when you're trying to find references, you want to find stuff that has strong shading, strong lighting, so that it's easier to tell what's going on when there's not a lot of light. So let me see, I think all of these are good images of rocks. If I go back to here, yeah, most of these are really good. Like this one's really good because you can see, right, light, shadow. Let's see, this one might be a little bit harder because it's not so easy to tell where the light is coming from because they're super round, right? And cooking stream 1. Oh man,
Eris Coven Heart is now following.
Bleh. My baking though, ooh, an Eris Coven Heart, a follow from one Eris to another. Oh, how lovely! Or I've had some people do like different names, what to know, a fellow Eris, kindred spirits. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Welcome. And welcome everyone back from the break. And that one looks like something else. Can you elaborate a little bit, Soulser? I haven't seen that name before, I don't think, but welcome to stream as well. Welcome to the video. You can see, right, the difference in referencing. Where's the shading at? It's a little bit hard to tell. Is the darkness here and kind of here? Is it down here, maybe here? Super hard, but then you look at something like this and it's easy, right all there. When you're trying to find references, it's something to note. This one's a little bit trickier, but this one here, really good because you can see the lighting. Paying attention to things, and that's too many. Well, there is only one Eris Ezra. There is certainly many Ezrases and Irises out there, I'm certain of the fact. And if I had a nickel every time Eris killed a stone golem from appearing in our project, I'd have at least 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Counting the platformer guy, he's not dead. I was going to make the game, but the game got corrupted, which made me lose motivation, and I did not program, I think, for another 2 years after that. So in that time, I learned Pixelart, and truly a rock moment. Welcome back on the stream. No way it's Obama? Maybe? I think that's what that says. Welcome, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So, what I wanted to try to do here is add that other side. We have here a few dimensions, and this was the guy kind of facing away. This guy's facing up. We have one that's facing, hold on. Our red is our top, right? Our top guy here, and then we have our side guy, which is facing diagonally. We have one that's facing towards us, and oh, my throat today. We made you need some tea. Blah, there we go. And say something only the real Aerie would say. Words? Yes? That's my best guess. What I'll do here is I'll just do another color. So we'll do like maybe a pink, maybe another color here for our second color. I'm just using random colors to make it really easy to see what's going on. But what we want is one guy to face up and we want another guy to face down. I'll go ahead and grab this guy here and move you here. So something like this, but because it's facing downwards, it's more so, right? We're looking at that shape, this kind of, I was gonna say pentagon, I think it's pentagon, but it looks something like this. That's the shape, and my shape is more like this. So that needs to be the answer. I'm glad I passed the test. Yeah, sometimes it helps. And bang, the real Eris is too nervous to say any, oh, no. I'm not good at with coming up with things on the spot. That's a little pressure. It's a scary world out here. Let me go ahead and add a bit down here, I think. And then this guy kind of goes along the line more like this, I think. So it might be more so something like this, where this guy is facing upwards, right? And then this guy's kind of facing downwards. I think possibly what we could do is do like that a little bit. We want this guy to kind of slide in, and then this guy should also slide in as well. So maybe something like that. I think that works out a little bit better. And I did read that. Good. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. I think we're okay to go. Saying all of that, I will go ahead and erase this guy here for our all over arrows, and I'm back. Welcome back. And see ya. There we go. I told ya. Once I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, and I'll move you over here. Alright, now that we have these guys, we can hopefully start to apply this method a little bit better, where we have the 2 colors and then multiple colors depending on the thing. So, if I move this in the auto zone, get in the zone, auto zone. I used to say that commercial so many times. It was, oh man, what is it? Jingles. Jingles are an interesting subject to talk about, especially when you're trying to make catchy things for your game. What I want to do here is I want to simplify these edges, round them out a little bit. That's one thing I want to get better at, is rendering, and that's just what happens when I guess you could call it cleaning up, right? You might consider this first guy here a sketch, and this guy's the more polished version of it. And then from there we can add other parts of it. And it looks like a cluster of rocks cracks would be a good way to indicate that. Do you mean, or which part? Can you elaborate a little bit, Shadow? And Ezra, every Zelda jingle. Very good, except when you're on low HP. There's some Mario ones that are really good. Now, something I learned recently is that apparently you never want something to be like this, like, oh, hold on, like that. That doesn't work out quite as well in terms of lines. What you usually want to be the case, and I'll move this guy down here, is you want it to be either one greater than or lesser than. Oh, the reference, I see. Cracks. There's some cracks in here or do you mean this reference? Or do you mean this reference? As there are some cracks here. Yep. So we'll see how we can handle those cracks. And although you're also the one who tried for the longest, and would it make you feel bad if amongst the people who can pronounce my name, you're the one who took the No. Truth be told, no. Not one bit. My memory is very bad, so I know it takes me a lot longer to do things usually. I have come to accept that fact that, you know what, it will take a bit, but I'm trying. As long as I'm trying, it's working. Yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about the cracks here. I think these are very important cracks, and it's true, it's bad. Hey now. Hold your horses. Let me do this guy back here. The thing I was trying to point out is if we do, for example, it might be like 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, and then you might do 1, 2, 3. That's a little bit better. And sad to say this, but I have to go to sleep. You're not the only one with weird sleeping schedules. It's 2 a.m. here. See ya. Thanks for coming, not anti-loose. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. Thank you. And rest well. I hope you're able to get the sleep schedule you desire, as going to sleep at 2 is not too bad. If you wait, my throat today is really bad. Hold on. Okay. I think we're good. But it's not too bad as long as you're getting 8 hours, I'd say. And I mean, trying did work super well. I can't fault you. Indeedy, a tried and true method. And you'll sleep, losers. Sleep is very important. It's the most important part to learning, is getting good sleep. And thank you for the stream, and co-pixeling. Best of luck with the study. Thank you, Whitechapel. Thank you. Alrighty, so saying that, let's continue, shall we? I want to do, you can kind of see, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This guy here, it looks a little bit different. You might see it looks a little rougher. And breakfast. Well, that's why you have breakfast at 11. Big brain time. So when I'm looking here, right, we have 1, 2. So what I might do to round this guy out, and let me move this guy here so we can see it a little bit better. I might do a pattern of 2, 2, and then 2, and then 1. I think that works out quite fine. And then this 2, this might not work well, so we might do 4 there, but I don't like the way that looks, so maybe we'll do 3. I think that works better. And hyper-realistic Pixelart is what keeps me awake at night. It is definitely a topic that needs no introduction. It is a long journey of studying. For this guy here, I think I want to do a rounded edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a little bit of this. But actually, I think what I'll do is I'll do 2 guys over here, right? So we have a pattern of 2, 1, 2. And I think that looks good for a curved angle. Now we have these guys here we have to tackle. These guys here. Now for this guy here, we have a pattern of 3, 2. So what I can do is add that guy. I think that's fine. Maybe even add that guy there for the 1 bit. And then we have 2, right? So 2, and then we have 2, and 2, 2, 2. Oh, we have 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. That's fine. That's okay. I think that works out to be a little bit smoother. And I've been sleeping with a 24/7 event going on this month, and I don't like not being able to always be at the event all the time. I understand that wholeheartedly. For me, at least, it's the thing of I get very excited, and when I get very excited, I can't sleep. So often it'll be the times of, oh boy, I can't wait for tomorrow. And because I'm thinking, oh boy, I can't wait for tomorrow, tomorrow doesn't come, or at least the sun comes before tomorrow comes. Now, this guy's really round, so I'm going to emphasize that by bringing this out a little bit more. And maybe what we can do is have this guy kind of come out down a little bit like this, a little, possibly like so. Oh, hold on. I want to try to round the edge here. Like that maybe can work out, but I don't quite like the way it looks. I like my smooth edges, so you know what? We'll keep it like this. I think this is fine. And I was dying all week because you were sick and didn't stream. It was only 1 day, senor. Only 1, but I do appreciate it. I really do. It's fun when I can stream, but you know, sickness does happen, and I am a very sickly person. Truly indeedy. Let me move that a little bit. I think that works out a little bit better. What do you think? Yeah, I kind of like this a lot more. We have a pattern of 2, 2, Yeah, so 2, 1, 1, and then maybe, I mean, this works. It's not quite an edge though, and I don't care. I had to wait a week. I mean, technically true, a week and a day, and I relate to this a lot. My schedule is made by rolling a dice at the beginning of the week. That sounds like fun, in the sense of focusing on, because I'm trying to get better at multiple things. It's the thing of, you can't do everything at once, and while I'm speaking, let me do 2 up, 2, 2, I will do 2 here, 2 here, and then probably like that. I think that works out a little bit better in terms of edges and rounding. Yeah, then maybe we'll bring this guy up here, like that. I think that works out a little bit better. And, well, it's a real gambling, that's a real gambling dedication. Only the truly dedicated can see it, but I do like the idea of that. But because I want to get better at, like, music, pixel art, programming, that's a lot of things I want to do, but not enough time in the day. And how many hours of sleep? Please be good. Please be good. Roll snake eyes. 2 hours. But that's about it. But you know what? Well, that's the thing too. They say, and as I'm doing this, let me go ahead and move this here. I'm thinking a pattern of 2 here, and this guy kind of goes across, and I think it's fine, right? We kind of have that 2 pattern, and then we have 1, 1, 2, and 1. I think that works out great. And now it's just D&D talking, don't worry. Here's the real gambling addict here. No, I was gonna say it sounds like D&D because one way DMs will make their maps is they will roll a whole bag of dice, and then wherever the dice land, they make them into like continents and seas, things like that. So, no, I get the reference and it's great. And I run my own schedule, usually the non-existent. You're your own creator. And schedule. Schedule indeedy. I think, how do I want to do this? If we bump this up, how does that look, you think? Right, we have a kind of curvy bit, so kind of a bump and then a bit here. That's what I'm trying to see when I look at this. Again, well, this is the reference. We don't have to do it. For example, when I see this, the rocks are kind of stacked on top of each other, right? So what I might do instead is, if we first look at these guys, we have maybe move you. It's like that, right? An obligatory, it's not a boulder joke. It is a lovely thing. I can say that for certain. What I'll do is I'll copy this guy here, right? Copy and paste. Move you up like this. And then we'll add some dimension. So we'll go ahead and move you up like this. And then from there, we'll have it also round out like that. Maybe even like that there for the added edge. And then I'll go ahead and I'll use our green, since this is now no longer the top. We'll go ahead and across, and what I'm trying to capture is kind of that guy there. So maybe, in fact, we'll do it more so akin to side, and then it goes up, and then we go this guy here, so something like that, maybe. And then from there, we also have a really dark underneath. However, I don't think that matters too much. I'll go ahead and do, this is our back bit here, and this is the back bit here. So something like this might work, right? We have our side, so this is facing, that's facing towards the light. We have the up, which is the top, and then we have the guys that's facing towards us. Actually, if you're looking at it, right, this guy's actually facing away in that direction. So it wouldn't be facing towards us. Interesting one. And you're drawing maps yourselves? You know that you don't need to roll dice for that, although it may help with inspiration. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Sometimes I get maps, sometimes so I usually try to figure out, especially for world building, I write a lot, so that's the thing I usually like to do in the sense of, okay, I want to figure out a thing, but where do I put the continents at? Things of that nature. Let me do, this guy goes up, so it's going up and away, and it's kind of going that way, so maybe we do like that, and then I fill this in. So this guy's facing this way, this guy is facing this way, and then we have this guy, which is facing towards us this way. So, I go ahead and move you here, and move you like, possibly like that, I think could work, right? We have the top, and then this is a slanted area, so maybe what I can do is move you there, and then maybe even move you here, and then we have that guy going diagonally. Just not sure about that bottom guy. Possibly what we could do is do like this. Hold on. Like this. Yeah, or maybe more so like this. That might help a little bit to show off the side, but I don't think I'm quite reaching the line there. No, not quite. And I think lack of sleep is part of the experience of an artist. I can say that. And it definitely, you know, artiste, you know, I've heard sleep deprivation definitely helps jog the creativity every now and then. And looking at potholes is a good inspiration for terrain of continents. Huh. I've never heard that one before. And I hope you don't mind this, Iris, but happy parade for everyone who needs it. Also, RGB rock is looking lovely. Thank you, thank you. And I mean, I don't really mind, but for me at least, like, well, I don't even know how to describe it. But yeah, I don't really mind. Not at all. Let's see. Like that, I think can work. And then from there, this guy here is getting diagonal. And I'm thinking maybe, you know what? Maybe we don't even pay attention to that purple. Keep it simple, right? And just do that diagonal. And then this is the top. Something like this. And, oh, hold on. Like that. I think that can work. And yo, just discovered your channel a few hours ago, and now there's a stream? Awesome sauce. Thank you, and welcome, yo. yo. Well, I'm happy YouTube was able to recommend me, and thank you. So I apologize, it's RGB plus purple. Can't forget the purple. And I'm the only one that feels like the same song is being played on loop tonight? Maybe? Possibly? I sometimes listen to these guys for like the first 10 minutes, sometimes not. But you know what? If you feel like it's looping just a bit, here, I can swap out. Like, oh, hold on. Like, so. Aha! Nice and fancy transitioning. There you go. Like this. And I just close my eyes, and the gods let me decide how the map looks. That is a method. It's a fun method. Close your eyes, point to something, and yep, that's where the capital's going. And, oh, P.S. Iris, can you display your YouTube channel and Twitch chat together now, as long as it's not combined? I've tried that before. It does not work. Or at least I couldn't figure out a way I liked it. Exactly. Yeah, if you go to some of my earlier streams, I've tried. Thanks, this one's great. I'm glad you like it. That's lovely to hear. I'm glad. Oh, hold on. I think it's a little bit too loud. I do this guy there? There you go. But yeah, I'm very happy to hear it. I've tried in the past to do the YouTube and Twitch on top of each other. I didn't like the way it looked. It felt funny that the fonts were different. I've tried different programs as well. Moreover, the Twitch policies and everything, it would not be a good idea. And the only time I'm inspired, 3 a.m. is in the middle of the night. Yeah. 3 a.m. inspiration hitting. Oh boy. Too many nights. And I know some who did it and it looks pretty nice. Interesting. I've tried a few programs before, and I don't wanna. It was something I liked, or I did. Hold on. It was something I did before, just because I wasn't. Wasn't part of the. Well, yeah, wasn't in the. No, I don't know the word for it. I think it's affiliate. But and this really is just like a little YouTube logo in front of YouTubians. Really, just put a YouTube. Oh, I see. Interesting. I haven't heard of that before. For me at least, I like it when they're all the same. So 2 different boxes and stuff, 2 different fonts. It didn't work, especially stream elements and things of that nature. But it's nice to know that it is possible. I struggled for many months. I did try my best to, but eventually I realized, you know what? Ooh, just that. Saying all of that, now let's go ahead and try this guy's method. So everything that was towards the light, let me go ahead and erase you and just make sure they're easy to teleport. Yeah, that was the thing. For me at least, the less I can do that's on screen, the better. So for example, I don't want to put like the handles on the screen. I don't want to put the like the website logo on the screen, like things like that. The more of the thing I'm doing I can show, I feel like it's more immersive that way. So just having the program, the reference, and the chat. I think that's all you need. And hi, hey, my name is still Tim. Welcome back to stream. And I've been Iris saying hello twice and did I? I don't know. I didn't get to read the message note before I read the name. And the second favorite child is better term. I see. Gambling didn't serve you well. And I did read that. Good. And I did read that. Good. Okay, good. Saying all that, let's take a look. If I go ahead and grab our colors, so we'll use these guys since they're the little modified version. I'll go ahead and copy you. Oh, copy you. Well, if it can let me, I'd love to copy you. Move you down here. Move you to here. Oh, never mind. Copy. Control D. and then I'm gonna paste ya. Thank ya. Okay, let's go back to here. And I don't care, they're usually iPad kids earning their name YouTubians. I shall remind you all, I've done YouTube for 3 years, and I've only done Twitch for almost a year, so YouTube certainly holds a place special near and dear to my heart. Now, if I scroll back just a smidge here, right, and I go ahead and do this, so anywhere that's facing towards the light, so that'll be all these guys, and then we have our dark areas, so I might say this is the dark bit here, right, and you might YouTube raised, but I don't like the way it's going. I'm actually gonna do maybe this color for dark, but I want to do an outline, so we'll keep that for that color. And watch your mouth, watch your mouth, man. I come from that place, you know. Without YouTube, I wouldn't be here tonight. How silly. I'll go ahead and I'll select this guy. I'll go ahead and grab the outline for our outline guy. And it's interesting that the areas are separated, right? For example, the raised areas here. For mine, I don't do that. For areas here, I have sharp turns. So maybe that's something we can consider adding. But for right now, what I'll go ahead and do is do Shift O. Never mind, wrong program, Shift O. And that'll outline this guy. I'll click OK. And what I like to do, what I found I like and I enjoy doing is for the very bottom here, I just get rid of this. I feel like it adds a nice effect in terms of blending in with the world. So I'll go ahead and remove the bottom guys. And let's see, streaming is bad on there. It's always super delayed no matter how I do it. I've heard mixed results in terms of that. That's really a shame though. And you're so talented. Once you get your breakthrough, CD Projekt Red will change their color to blue with envy. I've heard of Project Red before. I don't remember what it is, but it sounds like a compliment, so I'll take it as such. Thank you, thank you. Really, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna move these guys actually here to kind of move it in a little bit, like that. Hold on, like that. I kind of like that a little bit better. And that's really the one bad thing other than the little... Oh boy, those words are just, my eyes. You can see here, right, what we were talking about? It is 3 and then 1. And they made Cyberpunk and Witcher. Oh, those people. The Witcher was really good. Yeah, they're great people, lovely people. And I see, yeah, Red will change their color. That's a big compliment, my. Thank you for that one. And guys, yeah. Thanks for the clarification. I'm wondering, at least for these guys, this is too wide, so I think it's fine. From there, what we'll do, and they made Gwent. Ooh, I have heard of Gwent. And I'm sorry, I'm surprised my eyes and keyboard didn't light fire. This is the word I'm looking for. Oh, Gwent is the card game, right? Card game in Witcher, right? Gwent. Yeah, I'm surprised you might have to scrub your tongue with, what is it? Not salt, maybe salt too, but soap. From here, we do the sketch, we do the outline, and now we tackle shading. Now, what I'll do, just so we can copy this, I want to take a look at the different methods that people use. So I'll copy this guy, as this will be the rock that we look at for other people. I'll use this here, and then we'll go ahead and move you here. And actually, yeah, we'll do it this way. Maybe I'll move you here to make things a little bit easier to see the left and right. Now, for the shading guy, the idea is that you take the darker bits. So this dark color that we have here, we're now only going to use it in this darker area here, since that is our darker bits. However, since that light is facing away, you can kind of see here, right? What I'll do is, and shading gray is so hard, it is indeed, I'm using a kind of bluish gray. Do you think it'd be a little bit easier to tell if I use like a brown instead? I would not mind changing it to brown if you think it'd be easier to look at and notice. For me, at least, I like warm colors, but I think the rock feel is that bluish rock. Oh, actually, it's not even blue, it's purple. Interesting one there. But yeah, if you like me to change the colors, I don't mind. It'd be a very quick fix. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Saying that, what I'll do is I'll grab this side color, or actually, hold on. We'll take, what I would want to do is something like this. I feel like this is a little bit easier. Are you serious, Romeo? Fun fact, Polish writer, game. Huh, interesting. Let's see. So what I'm thinking here, right, is we have the diagonal bits. So that's less bright than this here. This backlight is not getting any light. You could also do this here because it's the bottom, but I think this helps you see that it's facing away, and these slants are your brightest part. And then what you might do is say, since this is your brightest part, what you want to do is do that facing away, possibly like this. That way you can tell, right? The light's coming from here, that diagonal look. And no, it's great. It's just when blue doesn't work, you have to be mindful of the fact gray can look much lighter next to darker gray and vice versa, much more so than any other color. Yeah, gray's very versatile. I do like me a gray as the grayish greens, the other colors. It's very pretty. And yeah, I've started my sinister art pro embroidered, whatever, but my biggest sinister thing, oh, I don't like the sounds of that. Not one bit. And I don't think I missed anything. Okay, where was I? So we'll go ahead and move that there. So from there, we kind of have these dark crack areas, right? And that's what I'm wondering about, the light areas. You can see, right? 2 colors. And that's sounding very sinister over there. I don't like it. From here, we'll try to add the darker shading. And that's what I was worried about. Since this is our this color here, what I'll do instead is, while I was using 5 colors, we're gonna up it a little bit. We're gonna use I think I might have gotten rid of the color I was using. But let's say okay. What I want to do is do a middle color. I want to choose something between these two. So what I'll do is, well, if you want a middle color for these two, what you could do is do like 50% and then click that guy, click this guy here, and then this is 50% of this guy and that guy. It's very helpful for anti-aliasing. So maybe that's what we'll do. So this guy would be the medium tone, the in-between of those two guys. And now everyone ignore the scuffing in your cabinets. Huh? I'm even more confused now. And I wish rocks were real. Been a big fan since Toby Fox created them in Undertale. This rock is something to behold. I believe there's only one rock I was able to spot. At least physical rock. There's pillars, which you can kind of consider rocks if you really believe it. I'm not planting carnivorous plants there. I'm even a little bit more confused. Saying that, let's see. We can have that dark line coming out. I guess that could help, right? We kind of have a bit here. If I undo. If I go back to the draw, right? There's kind of bits here. For example, this is facing us. This is facing away. This is all facing away. So we could also have this facing that way and then the away guy. So possibly what we can do here is we can have it have a kind of area here where we move this guy and we can kind of move it down. Maybe that's the 1 and then we have the 2 and then we can have it go up here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Maybe we can move you about there. That work? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Maybe add that 4 there for extra measures. And then if I fill this guy in, kind of looks very dark, and I don't think I like that. This is supposed to be next to dark, so we don't want exactly dark. So what I might do instead is, if I just quickly move this guy here, we'll go ahead and, we'll make this red, then we'll make this purple, and then we'll make this the, because we want this to be the lighter color. We might do this, and then this, something like that. That might be a little bit better. And did you already share the rock picture somewhere? No, I did not, but I can since you asked. So hold your horses and I can put it in the Discord. Let me copy. It should be able to image, export, select. Let's see. Select, save, export, scene, and, nope, not scene. Save, export, and selected image. Yep, there you go. Export. I should be able to drag and drop it. If I move it into you here. There we go. Lovely. And just as a reminder to those who may be curious, at the end of stream, I will 100% remember, but if you happen to draw a rock, I'd love to see it. We'll go over anyone who, or we'll take a look at anyone who's decided to join along. And how we'll do that is through the Discord. So if I do, !Discord, I believe it should pull up there, and I'll put it in here as well for those of you on YouTube. But the idea is that if I go back into our planning guide really quickly, you can see Shadow has joined. Welcome to the Discord, Shadow. What you can do is navigate all the way down here to Pixelart Study with me. And from there, you can see there's previous study with me we've done. This one is the rock guy, so it should be at the very top. And right there, I linked the colors I'm using, and this is the rock reference that Check requested. So I put that in there too. So if you happen to draw a rock, consider putting it here, and we'll take a look at it. Let me go back into draw. And let's see. What I'm thinking is, right, this guy here, that guy there for more of a mixture. We might even do a darker color for this guy. You can kind of see, right? This guy, well, all of these guys kind of face us. So maybe what we can do is even something like this, right? Feels a little bit better. Let's see, might grab you and, you're a goober, go on, huh? I've never been called such thing. Welcome to stream. The Mastrix, is that how you say it? Welcome after such an entrance. What I'll do is I want to make these a little bit smoother. So I might do something like this if we check, right? And I'm surely not drawing tonight, but I want to share some silly observations. I'd love to say. My observations, I think, are just fun to do, fun to look at. Even if you're not drawing, looking at things is really fun. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's A-okay. And well, first try. Did I really say it first try? I don't remember what I did. I'm glad I did do it first try. Mastrix? I forget. Welcome all the same though. I did it without thinking, and this is what happens. Oh boy. Saying that, if we're looking at these guys, right? I want to have a darker feel for these bits here. You can see, right, we have top, side, bottom, and I really like how these guys are curved. I want to try to add a curved feeling for these edges. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. It'll let me copy, and I got called Dennis Sticks one time. Oh boy, Dennis Sticks. I mean, I saw the M, so it made me think of the Matrix. That's the only reason I had at least a bit of a shot. Let me go ahead and let's see. I'm curious about these edges here, right? I do like the way that feels. I like that. I think it's a nice touch. So if we go back into here, zoom in a little bit, I'll zoom in back on these guys, and about there, I think that's A-okay to do. There are some darker bits here for the edges. My question is, how do we do those bits there? For example, these darker edges, do we just want to do a darker line? Do we do something like this? Right, for our outline, maybe even do this so it kind of curves around. Something like that. And then what we can kind of do is have this wrap around, kind of goes up in space. So maybe we have this guy here, and then we go back a little bit. We go back a little bit more, and then we go 1, 2, 3, and then probably 1, 2. Like that could possibly work. And there's also this big dent here. And I've used the outline for the interior cracks. Yeah, interesting. I only did it as a placeholder, but I can see the outline being added for the interior cracks too. Yeah. For me at least, I want to get good at colors without doing too many colors. So the less colors I can use, the better, I think. I stuck to 5 for a little bit, but I think I added this one here. Yeah, I added one more. And you can draw a smiley face on the rock for 2 seconds. Hold on. Well, there's the black at? Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. You only have to ask once. And to be a conversation of number of colors, I don't know how many you want to use. As little as possible. So if I think I can get away with using a color in a different spot, I will. If I think I can't, then I won't. For example, here, right? I would have wanted to use this color for maybe here, but because it's right next to this color, it needs to be different. But for something like here, or if I could use color here, that would change the feel. And, well, at least you're better than me, Pixel Draw. Oh, I do appreciate it. You can always get better yourself too. It takes a lot of practice. These were the first ever rocks I drew. This was the first ever pixel art I did. These, where are they at? Where'd they go? These guys right here. Yeah, this was my first ever pixel art right there. The idea is that we're going back in time and trying to do it. So that was the first one. This was my second guess, or just looking at things, and now we're actually looking at references. So now we're on to the big guy there. But it just takes a lot of practice, I'd say. A lot of practice and a lot of trying to look at observation. And to be conservative colors, I just be like, good. And I'm not a goofy goober. I'm not. And do you make top-down sprites? Can you elaborate a little bit more on top-down? Do you mean like the tile guys you would use for walking? So like, something like this? We've done a study like this before for grass. You're on YouTube, so you should be able to find it, but we have done for certain, something like tiles, for grass tiles. I would 100% love to make like a tile pack. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. Right now we're trying to get materials down, but once we do that, tile maps galore will be very fun. And strangely, I can hardly manage to draw with references. I can do things more easily without references. Interesting. I often find references help me keep on track. I like drawing first without a reference to see what I know, and then my mind can kind of fill in the blanks from there. Like top-down pixel art drawing like in RPGs. Yeah. I'd say I definitely do have some studies on that. Like done characters for top-down. So yeah, 100%. I top-down sprites. If you look on my itch, and what program is that in the top left? This is, hold on. This is Pureref, P-U-R-E-R-E-F. If I do this button here, you should be able to just copy and paste that there. You should be able to find all the programs I use that you see me using on screen here, and that website there. All right, saying all that, what I'm thinking is possibly, right? For example, this spot here for a lighter tone, you could do something like this, where it is a mixture of, so something like that, where it's not too noticeable, right? What do you mean it's already been, right? Feel like it's making me want to go longer. Thanks, no worries. I definitely think, well, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it definitely feels like the time moves faster recently. Nowadays, it's been moving super fast, super quick. And then from there, what I'm thinking of doing is at least this guy kind of going up here, because it is our shadow area. We can kind of go here, and then maybe we can connect it. We have kind of a two, something like that there for our overpass, or our line in the center is what I'm trying to do. And the idea is that we take the small bits here, but because this is so dark, what you might end up doing actually is something more akin to this. But because this is shadow compared to everything else, not actually. Instead, and I actually 3D model because 2D is hard for you. I have heard that before. For some people, 3D is better than, or not better, easier than 2D. For me, at least, I've found 2D to be easier. I've tried 3D once. It went okay. But I definitely enjoy the simplicity of 2D. I can say that 100% for certain. And then what I'm thinking here, right? If this is our light color, this guy needs to go to the dark bottom bit. So really, hold on. And what do you mean it's already been, oh, I did read that. Yeah, 3D is easier. You're a little biased, Rudy. What I'll do is I'll move these guys down here just a bit. So 3, 2, yeah, you go down a bit. And then we'll have this guy, because what I'm seeing, right, is we have kind of a normal, this is the guy facing downwards, and then we have the dark area. So what I'll do is I'll take that facing downwards, so it might be something like this for our line guys here, like that. And then it might be, if I go ahead and grab you here, the guy for facing downwards. So it might be like this for our lines. So something like this might possibly work to show off, hey, look, it's changing in shape, don't you think? And both have their difficulty. Yeah, 3D does take a lot longer though. Yep, I think a lot of it comes down to, what's the word I'm looking for? Practice. I think, at least with 3D modeling, like with Blender, once you learn the simple things, like how to use the controls and the buttons, it makes it a lot easier. But for something like Aseprite, there's not too much. If you learn one app for drawing, you know them all mostly. And thanks for coming by, 16-bit video games. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely one. Saying all of that, I'm wondering about this guy here for the dot. Do we do this for that? That could work, but I think this is fine. So now that we kind of have that guy there, there's also this bit here, and there's also this bit here, and I want to try to describe that. So let's see about maybe doing what this guy kind of does, right, where it's very deep, but I'm not too sure about our outline. So what I'm gonna do is move this guy back here and move you back up here. And 3D is easier for me, more serious stuff, and 2D is great for small, silly drawings. Ah, I can see it, yeah. For small stuff that you don't want to get too in depth on. 3D for being permanent. Yeah, I can see it 100%. Let's see. So for this guy, what I'm thinking is maybe we can go with a darker color, actually, since it is a different perspective. It's kind of going backwards. So maybe what we can do, right, is if we grab this guy here, maybe, does this work? Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think that's fine. And what I want to do is first I want to make this really dark. I might do more so like this, and it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, like that. And then we might make this guy darker. So to do that, I'm going to first make this guy darker. So we have a dark reference. maybe even a little bit darker. So we have another color. I'm trying my best again to not do too many colors. Sometimes that's important. And then from there, what we'll do is I'll fill out all of this here. And since this is now our darkest color, I'll just make sure this is all the same. We'll definitely change the colors up here, but for now, we'll just keep it as it is. So we'll go ahead and do this here, this here, this here, that there, all along the lines there. And I should be using the bucket. I don't know why I'm not. And I did treat that. Good, good. And I did treat that. Good. And it's been ages since I last touched 3D. I don't even have a 3D software installed right now. I touched it for a second, and then I went back. It was an interesting journey, to say the least. Let's see. I'll go ahead and hit that there. And then from there, what I'll do is I'll erase you. And now I can use this color here for that guy there that kind of looks like it's going off. But I don't know, if I'm looking at this, right? It doesn't feel like that's what's happening. I don't know if I quite like that, truth be told. It kind of also looks like it's maybe going like that. So maybe something like that works out a little bit better, right? It kind of looks like it's maybe facing away a little bit more. And then when we go here, what we can try to do is maybe we can do another guy up here. So possibly, maybe we can do something like this to show off the dimensions, do you think? You read my message and said you did read that? Huh? Did I not? Huh? Please don't worry about it. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to worry about it, but you know, I'm just a little bit worried. Okay, I did do that. I'm pretty sure I did 4D art. That's the big brain art you gotta worry about. Let me scroll down a little bit. I think this works for now, though. This gets our dimensions at least, right? This is facing away even more. So that's why I have that there. This is that really dark tone that we have going on. Possibly we could even use, or no, never mind. That would not work. Great, I think it works then. I think that we're good to go in that aspect. Saying all of that, is there anything else, I think, before we move on to more detailing? You can kind of see, right, if we zoom in a little bit here, there's almost kind of like a highlight, I'd say, along this edge, but depends on what you want to do. If I make sure nothing out of the ordinary here. What do you mean? You can see, right, the bottom of the edges are kind of curved in. I like that feel to it. Some of the edges, it's round up on the bits, so maybe that's something we can do. So, if I go ahead and copy you, screw you down there, and I try, alright, but sometimes the goldfish do be goldfish. Let me move you here, and then I'll go ahead and erase this here, and erase you here, like that. Go ahead and save. Alrighty. So, from here, to be fair, I could have zoned out. Maybe it's me. I think I read it. I believe so. I think I did. She still convinced me. I think I did. Unless I'm convincing myself. That's also possible. I'm going to move this guy about here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then from there, now I'm thinking about maybe we can round out the edges like what this guy has. Possibly what we can do is something like this. And then for this guy here, we take the darker version. So the darker version of this guy's kind of the other guy. And wait, I'll look the Redif. Now, I know I'm a little bit more confused. I'm gonna go rest for my day. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming, Nora. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely one. A well-deserved rest. I'll go ahead and make this guy kind of down a little bit. Possibly like this to show off the curved edges. So maybe like this can work to show off the curved bits. And oh, you can't see it on this side. Hold on. Like this. How do you think that looks? I'm not quite too sure. Then you might do this guy here. Oh, no, this would be a darker color. So possibly it would look like this for our curved bits here. Something like this for our rock. I don't think it looks too bad, truth be told. And the Scrooginger's message. We don't know if she read it or not until we consult the vote. And the scrolls must be read. Maybe something like that. And then from there, as I'm looking, I think, yeah. So we have this kind of curved. I think that helps with the feel of it. This guy here, you could possibly darken it up. So possibly like this here for the curve, since it is a little bit on the away side. So something like this might be handy. So I don't know if it matters too much. And you guys have to make the VOD feel better after stream. What heinous stuff you guys do in here? This is the first time where I've been told I may not have read something. I try my best to pride myself on reading messages. I'd say, you know what? I do a pretty good job usually. Yes. How silly. Let's see. Yeah, like that. And then the last thing this guy does, oh, well, you can see as well, right? Highlighted edges, dark edges for the dark bits. So now we can go ahead and do that. Good. And that's what I did before as well, where what you do is, if I grab, so this is our darkest color, right? The really dark one. We go ahead and grab the next one up. So maybe it would be possibly this guy here. Yeah, this guy. And then you would take this guy here, and you would go ahead and move it all along the edges of this bit here, because this is in light. Let's get the light areas. So I can go ahead and just grab all of you guys here, like that. And it should hopefully add a brighter feel to the rock itself, don't you think? This rock compared to this rock. And scrub the VOD. And I have bad news. You did in fact not read it? I must have read it in my mind and tried to delete the VOD. The trick can't be helped. Can't be handled. It was, hold on. You read my, nope. It was, I prefer serious stuff in 2D. I certainly did read that. I believe I did. Maybe just didn't go back far enough. And welcome, Rodrigo. Welcome to stream. And maybe I really did read it in my mind. You know what? I would not be surprised. Not one bit. If push comes to shove, you could tell me and I would believe 100%. Saying all of that, let's see. What I'll do next is, because these are our lighter bits, right? What I'll do is I can grab this highlight, and the next highlighted bit would be this guy up here. So maybe it would be something like an
Scyther Rule is now following.
Welcome to stream, Scyther, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. And it didn't exist before. I could go back further. You know what? I will, if you can remind me, I will check afterwards. Well, again, thank you for the follow, Scyther. Reminds me of the Pokemon. And the VOD is wrong. Totally not yours. The cameras lie. They lie, I tell you. For these guys that are in shadow, what I'll do is I will do that bit there to kind of show what's going down in space. With something like this could possibly help it feel a little bit more in the dynamic area. And I have an option to optimize my web game, like the one I made adding blocks easier. Ah, I'm glad you figured it out. Saying that, let's see. For this guy that's darker, I might go ahead and do something like this. And then I might do something like this. And like that. But we might actually do this guy here, since this is the, oh, never mind. We'll do you. These guys look too similar, possibly too similar. I can't tell them apart when they're really close together. This might be a thing of, we can just scrap one color for another color, or we can change the contrast. And here's professional gaslighter, even gaslighting yourself. If I didn't say it out loud, I certainly mentally said it. I know that for certain. Oh boy, that's how you know you're good, when you yourself are the one that tends to suffer. Let's see. I'll move this guy here, and something like that could work. That way, right, we have the highlight, then we move to the dark, then we have a little bit more highlight, and then we have a little bit more dark. Something like that. Then from there, I think that's all. Now we just need to do the edges, the edge areas. So if we go back to this guy here, oh, we also need to do the middle inside between. So for that guy, we can do a little bit darker. So something like this, right? Maybe a little bit more curved, so something like that. And then from there, if we zoom in, you can kind of see, right? A little bit of a darker line. What I might do is I might grab this color here, and then maybe from there, I can just do something like that. Show off a bit of a darker part. I don't think that works. You have the look of someone who mentally read it. You know what, I'll take it. And the rocks was looking good. Thank you. And now I'm just trying to logic my way out of this. And I'm glad to hear it's working. Maybe something like this. I feel like this guy is I'm having a little bit of issues with it, but that's a-okay. That's what, looking back, and you missed a message, the best message you could have missed. Hold on. VOD, scrub. No, maybe? Since when we confront her about not reading the messages happens to me all the time for I'm telling you, check. It's not personal, not one bit. One thing I want to do here is make this less intense. What I'll do is I'll grab this guy and I'll go a little bit brighter, right? And you will go, oh, where are we? Oh, we're at blue, so we're kind of here. Yeah, there we are, okay. You will go brighter, and then you'll go like that. Oh, hold on, wrong guy to grab. You will go here towards you, and then you'll go up a little bit. It's not as bright as this white. That way, I can kind of do something like this, though it needs to be brighter, I think, just a smidge brighter. We'll go up a little bit, and make it a little bit brighter for that contrasty feel. It's not too pop. And I was about to suggest what you're about to do yourself. Oh, you're too sweet. It is a thing of just habits, really. I think the white was too bright. I think that's what makes it really plasticky, right? But I wanted to make sure it didn't have that plasticky look. And know what I can do? I can make a texture-based sensation in the port. Ah, I'm glad you figured it out, lady. Let's see. From there, I'm just gonna go along these edges a little bit. Like possibly like that. And then from here, we kind of also have a highlight here. So I might grab you, and do you. Like that. And then for this edge here, possibly like that. And then for this guy along here, it's already kind of highlighted, so we don't need to worry about it. We scroll it a little bit. Some people also like to add a bit of the anti-aliasing on top. And this is less, I think, anti-aliasing, more just shading. It certainly could be anti-aliasing if you believe hard enough. Let's see. Go ahead and save. And GG for figuring it out, but also please sleep. Sleep, I tell ya, very important to the method. Saying that, okay. Let's do that guy there, possibly. I'm not sure about that one pixel. I'm looking over here to see about the difference. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. So maybe, you know what, we'll keep it. And then from there, I'll go ahead and add a guy here, maybe a guy here, maybe a guy here, and here. There we go. Show off the edge and then that outer bit there. And then from there, I must go chat. Be good for Eris. Farewell. Thanks for stopping by, Banana Nana. From there, what I'll do is I'll have these guys kind of come in to show off, hey, look, this is a darker area. It's kind of getting darker here. Or actually, never mind. It would be in between these guys because this is the deeper portion. So then for this guy here, we would choose the darker color, which I think is this guy here. We might choose something like this here for our darker bit inside. Maybe even more so like this. So if we're making it look curved, then technically the darkness would be on these guys for our bit that kind of pops out. And the highlighted line on the left kind of looks like a mouth. You know what that means? Mustache. Big mustache. Hold on. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's beautiful. Works every time. And I have a good rest of your day. And we will not shop Eris in an elevator. They have a mind of their own. Yeah, elevators do their own thing. And I have been seeing that mouth forever. I can't unsee it. I'm glad it's been fulfilled. What I think I'll do here is maybe round this out, possibly. I don't know how I feel about that. Definitely depends, I'd say. But I think for this guy here, that works. And I will go ahead and copy you. And go ahead and paste you. So that is the kind of finished feel of the rock. There could possibly be some texture here, but otherwise, I think overall, you know what? The rock is rockin'. Possibly also just move you that way. Okay. Saying that, what are some other tutorials we can look at? So add chunks, yep. Refine edges, shadows, and smooth edges. Yeah. Sometimes rocks are very sharp, sometimes they're not. And hello, Eska. Welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. Indeedy. Let's see. This guy here, add rim highlights, yeah. Add outline, yeah. And add more details. Interesting. Okay. This guy here, let's see. Yeah, it really just comes down to how many cracks you add, things of that nature. I tried as best as I could to stay faithful to the rock, but sometimes, you know, it doesn't work out. But I think we're good. Saying that, anything else I'm missing? And mostly, yeah, just dying of heat wave. Oof. Like maybe you could do some lemonade. Very tasty. When one mod leaves, one must join. It's a shift work. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think now that we've kind of watched the tutorial, or not watched, but just looked at these guys, looked at these tutorials, what I'll do now is that we can look at some games. Take a look at those games. And I have quite a few games we can look at and reference as. Try my best to find as many rocks as I could from games. So we'll look at this once we come back from the ad break, since this is a good place to pause it. And it's about to run anyway. So I'll let them do their thing while I get some water. It's suggestion time? What do you mean, Check? Could you, elaborate a little bit? Let me go ahead and get some last of my coffee, I think. I forgot to turn on the heater, so now it's cold. I don't want cold coffee. Not the best. Not very tasty. well, if it's meant to be cold, iced coffee is good. You might, well, I don't remember if you were a coffee enjoyer. I cannot recall, but iced coffee can be lovely. Since I don't think we'll have time for tile sets, what we'll do is we'll skip the tile sets. Yes, tile sets and golems, they can be skipped. And what if the rock was actually a stone? They can be, I think it depends on the size. And I have finished my Pixelart stuff I needed to do yesterday. I feel empty. I have nothing I want to do. What you might enjoy is, well, actually, I don't know. What do you enjoy? For me, at least, creating things, designing things is really fun. And I couldn't hear the answer because of the ad, so I'll ask again, so just in time. Yep, feel free to. While we're on the ad break, we can chat a little bit before we get into the next part of the study. I drank 5 coffees today, each with a bit of earth and concrete. I work on construction today. Ooh. 5 cups of coffee? I think the most I've done is 4. 5 sounds like we're pushing it. I'm not quite too sure about that one. And I've been designing things for a week. I need a break? Ah, yeah. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll pull up Pinterest on my phone and then on my iPad. I've been trying to get better at drawing, drawing with the Pixelart programs on the iPad, since my main way I draw is with Aseprite on the computer. But I want to do more doodles, and so since I'm not always at my computer, doodling on the iPad would be great. And shall I send it to DC or DM? DM would be better. 100% better. Yeah. That way spoiler does not happen. I do appreciate that, Jack. That is very handy. And what if the rock was actually, I did read that. Good. Okay, we're good. What was I saying? Oh, because the tablet's mobile, that means I don't have to be at the computer. So it's a nice thing of, you know what? I've got some downtime. It's like maybe 9 p.m. or maybe 2 a.m. You know what? Could be either or. But let's draw some Pixelart. And I kind of just idly doodle. I'll find Pixelart on social media, and then I'll just look at what I'm seeing. So for example, I'll see well, we have like 26 seconds. I'll just zoom into this guy. Just as a quick brief example. I'll see this guy, and then I think to myself, can I try drawing in that style? So I might try to draw a different shaped object, but still try to apply the ideas. So for example, the lighting up here, the bottom down here, that shading, the highlight. That's what I do when I don't know what to draw, but I just want to draw. That way I don't have to put too much work into things. I think this is the most official drawing I've done in quite a second, where I've worried about, worried about the hardcore things like, what's the word I'm looking for? Hardcore things like anti-aliasing and also anti-aliasing and also counting these guys, jaggies. That's what they're called, jaggies. But let me go ahead and check the DM you sent. Let's see if you showed it. Let's see. Ooh, ignore the X's. That's the one picture. Ooh, where did you find this at? Check if you don't mind me asking. Let me zoom in here. This is an interesting one. Let me move this here. Let's see. Ignore the X's. Got ya. Okay. Oh, I do notice there's like bits here. Is that what we're trying to say about just highlights and extra things you can add? There's a bit of a dark bit here. There's some. Let's see. That to that. I'm not sure if there's any difference between these two. Kinda, sorta. And that's from Binding of Isaac. I knew it looked familiar, especially this. This right here feels very Binding of Isaac. I'll have to see if it's on the sprite resource, but thank you for this. This is handy. Not too sure about these guys though, but I think this guy changes. Feels like it does. Maybe it's a different effect, but I'm just not noticing. Saying that though, let's go ahead and look at some Pixelart from different games. Speaking of Binding of Isaac. Nope, if I zoom out here, we have a variety of games, and the red ones aren't rocks. I knew it! Yep, that's what I thought to myself. Those look like the blood clot thingies, but it's among the rocks, so maybe it's a red rock. I don't know, could be a thing. If I believe hard enough, maybe. Now, Octopath Traveler, we can skip the sky since it is stone statue, and since we have about an hour left, want to make sure we focus our time. I thought maybe we could do statues or golems or tile maps. We'll have to save that for another time. I'm definitely gonna have to get better at structuring more. I think that's one thing that made today's study a little bit fast. Possibly, I don't know, but we'll see. We can go ahead and hide Octopath Traveler. Undertale Yellow next. No. This game is near and dear to my heart, but what are things we notice? That's what I really want to focus on right now. And no, she did not read that. Hold on, be my witness. Huh? What? Please, am I losing my mind? Is she reading? You made me realize maybe... Oh, no, I didn't. Telling you, I think I do, and then I don't. You made me realize maybe I need to not work. That may be the problem. I should have rest days. Rest days are very important. I can say that 100%. If it's one advice I heard of that I think is terrible for art, it is to draw every day. I think that puts a lot of pressure on a person to say, I didn't draw today. My art's gonna get bad just because I missed a day. I missed my drawing streak, and that was very stressful for me. What I found to be a little bit nicer is the idea of being forgiving with yourself in the sense of, it's okay if I didn't draw today, but maybe I can try to get in some drawing like every few days, or maybe I can do something related to drawing. If I don't feel up to drawing, maybe I can just watch a video related to drawing. I can at least watch a video if I can't physically bring myself to do it. But that sort of thing in the sense of, you know, break these breaks and not doing things too hard are very important. So let's look. I believe this is from Undertale. Yeah, it's fine. I was really wondering if I'm missing things. No worries. It is a thing of me needing to pay more attention. I'll give it my best shot. Let me go ahead and grab these guys and I'll do notes. I wanted to look at these guys a little bit, try to see about notes and if there's anything to note on our notes. And I think daily 8/15 minutes is fine. Interesting one. I've been told 5 minutes, at least draw for 5 minutes is something to do. For at least traditional art, I have been told, or not traditional, but well, traditional too, but digital art, is that if you can't draw, or if you don't feel up to drawing, at least opening up the program and just doing some doodles, like some circles, some cubes, things like this for 5 minutes. Even if you didn't draw something, you drew. And that's enough to say you did it. Because maybe while you're drawing and doing all this, maybe you find something that, oh, wow, you know what? I think I can make a art piece out of this. And I do think that's handy. But yeah, 8 to 15. Interesting. But, oh, I did see your name. You're the follow. I see. Well, welcome again. All right, hang on with that. Let me go ahead and erase these guys. I should be able to. Yep, like so. And then where did my note go? It didn't want to do the note. Very weird. Well, let's see, okay. I'll make this a little bit bigger and do words here so it doesn't disappear. I think that's the issue that I ran into. Like that. Okay, I think we're A-okay to go. And I can just do this and the note should be fine. Oh, never mind. Where did my note go? It deleted it. Note, yep, and then note. There we go. And we'll do bullet point. Yes? Okay, note. Don't lose me now, all right? Make it a little smaller, a little bit shorter. There we go. Okay. Stay right there. Don't move. Stay right there. And I've learned things without doing them daily, to be fair. Yep. I think sleep's important for learning. And yeah, when you do daily, you can create a habit. Yep. Habits are very important. Saying that, is there anything we notice about these rocks that maybe I did do or didn't do? For comparison, I'll bring up my rock too to make it a little bit easier to see. What are the things you can notice that are different about them? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are things I can improve? Or maybe what are things I notice that I like or dislike about it? That's the portion of this guy. Because then we can look and we can improve this rock. So after looking at all of these Pixelart guys, what are things we can see? Let me go ahead and slide this over here like this. And then I can move this guy over here to you. That. I should be able to paste in my rock that we did. That guy there. There we go. It should be big enough, I believe. That way you can compare it to the other guys. I'll make you a little bit smaller like this. Oh yeah. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Now let me save that here. Okay. And it's better to practice a little every day than a lot in one day. Yep. Because of neuroplasticity. Yep. Just a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot, but the brain comes down to usually do most of your learning when you're not actually doing the thing. It's the methods. And the light face appears more texture, but you don't know why. It's something I tend to do myself. The light face appears more texture. Or do you mean me? Me or the art of the game? Can you elaborate just a bit? If you mean the game itself, I can see it, yeah. For example, these guys kind of have a little bit of rough edges. For me, I don't tend to like that. The game. Interesting. That's an interesting note. I'll put that there. I feel like maybe you could call it swirls if I zoom out a little bit just to make it a little bit easier to write. But maybe you could call it swirl texture, possibly. In the sense of kind of wispiness. That's what I kind of saw when I was looking at when we were looking at the Pixelart of the day, where there's some of these guys where it kind of has this wispy looking texture. So in my example here, or in my art, it's one flat color. Is there a way I can modify that? Oh no, possibly. That is something that swirl texture do not have flat colors. Interesting note. And hello, I am back from kicking butt. Welcome back, Senor Frankie. I'm glad to hear you were victorious. And hi, Psychedelic Kitten. Welcome back to stream. And are those rock trees? I believe these are stalactites. They're stalactites and then they're stalagmites. One of them's for the floor, one of them's for the ceiling. And you could shade the light as well as the shadow. Shade the light as well as the shadow. We kind of have, right, the light and the shadow. I guess that's what they're doing here. Stalagmites? Ah, did I say stalagmites or stalactites? The bottom one. I think I said stalagmites. Oh no, I think I said stalactites. I think I got it wrong. I will take a guess here. Alrighty. Taking a look at this guy, it kind of has the same method, right? Where there's sort of wispy swirls between the areas. It's not very hard. It's kind of round. And there's also these speckles and dithering. I think that's something to note. So we'll do speckles, S-P-E-C-K-L-E, speckles and dithering on the rock compared to mine. And that is an interesting thing to note. Okay, what else do we see? We can skip over this guy here since this is a pillar. We can move up to here. This is a flooring tile. Excuse me. I don't know if this is quite helpful. I wasn't sure if we were going to do tiles today, so you know what? We'll skip that guy. This is more and the famous illustrious rock and tight hanging.
The Mastrix is now following.
Oh, thank you. Oh, was it the Mastrix? I think, possibly. Well, thank you for the follow. And well, I gotta go. Good luck and good day, nerds. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you again for the follow. I hope you have a lovely day, evening, afternoon, or good night, or whatever time it had to be. And let's see. On the earlier discussion, I think it's better to overrest than overwork. Oh yeah, overresting more than overworking. Yep, 100%. 100% indeedy. And I gave up on rocks. Psychedelic Kitten, you're one of the reasons I'm here today doing this study. You reminded me of when I was struggling to do rocks. Have you seen my first ever rocks? Back when I was trying to start off with Pixelart? It's been quite a second, but that realization of trying and struggling it made me want to go back. So I really do appreciate it. You've inspired me to do this study today as, oh man, it was painful. These were the first ever rocks I drew. Hold on. These guys down here. This was my first ever pixel art. These guys right here. These guys. And the struggle's been real. Yep. So taking these guys, right? This was the rock I did in just a brief knowledge, not even looking at other references. This is from the mind. So I went from these guys, from watching videos and from the mind, to this guy from the mind. That's 3 years of a difference. And I can certainly say it feels like a difference. And oh, I lagged for a second. Oh, this is a little bit more fair in terms of color. These are the same colors, but it's just a thing of slowly because, oh man, I'm still confused on what's going on here. This is gonna be my favorite, but it's just a thing of trying. And I'm really glad you did try. You put up a fight. And I'm really happy you did. And oh, did I do it again? One comes back, so one must have leave. I'll BRB, and I think you missed my message, but it was lagging, so I don't know. Tight hangs on the ceiling. I started reading it, and then I stopped halfway. Tight hangs to the ceiling. Tight hangs tight to the ceiling. Stalagmites poke you. Yeah, I read half of it. I didn't finish my sentence. Tight hangs tight to the ceiling. That's a good way to remember it. Thank you for that one. Okay, let me double check I didn't miss anything else. Part of the game, you can play a game with an art program running in the background and doodle some things you find worthy of being doodled, and be a neat idea as long as it doesn't ruin your flow of the game. You can play a game with an art program running in the background. Yep, I've done that before where I play a game and watch a tutorial or something like that. And the light appears more. Okay, it's better to practice every day. Light appears more. Yep, I read that. Shade the light. Okay. And that might just be a problem on my side at this point. I'm thinking it's me. Truly. Oh boy. And oh, by the way, since the last draw together, I've drawn faces with facial features and all. So I did improve or become more confident in my art. So thank you. I'm happy to hear it. And thank you. You participating in the draw together makes it really fun. And I'm gonna go back to rocks eventually. I just got so frustrated. Oh yeah, I understand that. I'm trying other things now. I meet a cat. I saw your cat. It was very adorable. I understand that 100%. What are things we can note about this guy, right? Because it's smaller, there's not much you can do. There's a bit of a top, there's a side, and there's a bottom, but it's not color. There's all one color in terms of outline, which is interesting to note. These are from 3 different games. This is the same game. This game and this game are the same game. Okay. What about this guy here? All one color in the outline, we have the top, we have a little bit on the side, which is interesting, and then we have a bit on the bottom. Huh, okay. Nothing I don't think I can really write, but it is just something to note. Oh, this one's interesting. There's no outline, and there's only 2 colors being used, so 2 tones. And the roundness makes it seem less, whoa. The colors less flat. Oh, I don't know what that means. Can you try one more time, possibly? And I did read that. Good, okay. The keyboard, no worse. My S key is currently not working. Flat, yeah, less flat. That's interesting. Ah, got it, yeah. The roundness here, at least. The fact that it's only, even these guys kind of feel round compared to, even though they're using 2 colors. Here, they kind of use that wispy method again, which is interesting. There's not much, well, these are high contrast. Very bright, medium, and then dark. And no, the other rock before, so it's both rocks. Do you mean these guys? Let's see, the roundness makes it seem less flat. I'm guessing these guys then. And I'm thinking the dark green color of my username was the issue, if that even shows up on your side. Yeah, it is dark green. But you do have a bright pink badge. I thought that would be helpful, but maybe it is the dark green. Possibly. I do see it for the roundness, so yeah. This is a popular method of doing it top, bottom. I do like this one. That one helps a lot, especially when you don't have many. I scroll out a little bit. Now we're moving on to the big rocks. And what are things we notice? There's not really that swirl effect that we saw earlier, right? I feel like this rock is designed differently than this rock. I feel like they have different methods. They're from the same game, this one and this one. And I say that, let me move them beside each other. Let me grab this guy here, and move it over, like that. Just so you can see them a little bit, right? Don't they feel different? They're just overall flavor of choice. And some of them are so pointy. Yeah, I think pointiness usually stands for danger. And these round ones are supposed to be, I think, more comfortable, or at least that's the feel you can go for in terms of shape language. When I'm looking at this guy, I think that was the method that the other one tried to get me to use, but I didn't understand it. If we go back to here, that crack area, we have a dark crack and then an even darker crack. Let's see if I can find it here. Possibly like here, and then you might do a darker crack, or here where you can see kind of dark, very dark. That's the feel I'm understanding or noticing at this point. If we move it here, there we go. And the bling, oh, that helped. The bling don't even do what the blings are supposed to do. It might just be the case of different artists working on the game. Yeah, I think so too, yeah, because it's a fan game. At least this one was a fan game. Your thing's so much more noticeable now that it's bright green. Well, it's very silly. And then this dot here, do you think it makes a difference if I do this versus this? It adds a bit more texturing, and maybe that's what my guy needs. It needs a little bit of that extra flavor. That versus that. And even this, right, it turns it from being really flat like mine to being not so flat. And the way they have it, it's kind of also slanted like mine is, where the light is in the slanted area, you can see here. So maybe for mine, what I can do is, because that light is going up, we can have a crack, right? And where did you find your references at? All of these are from games, or do you mean these references? If you mean these references, these are from Twitter, but if you mean these references, if I hide and show these guys here, just let me know which one you're asking about, and then I can elaborate a little bit further. Let me go ahead and hide you here, enable you here, and the games. In that case, I can do this, !ROCKS, and do, oh, no. Hold on, I know my own commands, I tell you. STUDY, there you go. And then I can copy this here and paste it here, like that. And there was a rock I like, yep. So, whenever I'm talking about games or the types of games, if you go there, at the bottom of the page, so if I quickly go to this guy here, just for those that are also curious, if I go to here, it'll bring you to this link, and then all of these games. So the games I'm looking at right now, you're able to download them yourself right here from the Spiders resource. So for example, this is from Undertale Yellow. So I can click Undertale Yellow, and then I think it is, let's see, if we scroll all the way down, I think it is in Snowden. And if we scroll down, you can see, right, all the different sprites. You click that download button and drag it into your program. That's the process you can do. If you spot something you like as I'm talking about the games, you'll be able to find the games I'm referencing, since they're all on this list here. Let's go back into draw. There we go. And I like the big one because it appears textures. It appears, no problem. I hope you find it handy. I like the big one. You mean this one here? This big one? Or do you mean this big one here. Which big one we're talking about. And, oh, let me move this down a smidge like that. Here we go. Yeah, oh yeah. We'll get to the big one. Let's see. Oh, I also forgot to do this. Nope. Roll back in. Where are we at? Notes. There we go. Biggest. It's very big. Okay. I think for this guy, maybe what I could try, and we can also give it a try right now, the dark goes on the top, the light goes on the bottom. So if I go back to my rock, right? And sorry, we weren't there yet. No worries. I love the enthusiasm. I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and I don't think they're different. Are they different? They look the same. I'll just assume it's the same. So the light goes on the bottom, the dark goes on the top. So I'll grab the dark color here, right? We were trying to draw this area, this guy here. So the light goes on the bottom, the dark goes on the top. So if I do something like this, let's see, something like that, and then we add the light. So then let's see, right? Light goes on the bottom, kind of, sorta. Do you think this adds a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavoring to the guy here? And oh, you can't see it from the smaller view. Something like that, maybe? And drawing textures? No thanks. Writing textures. Texturing is definitely a skill all in itself. And I'm getting better at working Aseprite. It's been a learning curve. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's a learning curve for programs, but once you learn it, oh man, it's very fun to hotkey things. I enjoy it. I don't know if I like this though. Maybe it's just my method. When I'm seeing this, right, I'm seeing a dark color. I'm seeing a medium color. Maybe that's the issue why I'm not enjoying the way this is looking. Maybe it could be the shape, and I see what you mean. I think it'd be shadow instead of light, but it does add texture. Interesting. If I were to swap these around, what would that look like? I copy this, right? Because in their game, I think the shading is near mine, right? We have it from the top left, and this is the dark area. That's why I thought the method was right. However, just out of curiosity, for curiosity's sake, what if we swap the colors around? What if instead we have the light at the top and the dark at the bottom? So this would be these two, that one, and this one. What do you think? Which one feels, do they even feel right in general? I definitely think the left one, so the one with the dark at the top, light at the bottom, feels better than light at the top, dark at the bottom. I feel like that feels more realistic. However, I think maybe what I can do is add a bit more of a loop here. So something like, something like this might work a little bit better for that deep edge. You think different hues are needed, unfortunately? Most likely, yeah. Most likely it can't be completed. And both look like eyes. Left feels better. They look like eyes. And hi, Daniel Philip Johnson. It says you've been here before, but I feel like I would remember that name. But welcome to stream. Welcome. And hey to you as well. Yeah, I think maybe it was the shape. And then maybe what we can do, right, is maybe we can do kind of sort of more so akin to that guy getting moved like that. And then something like that, I think makes it feel better. Do you think? Now that I've added that less line, I think making it thicker can help. You can notice, right, at the bottom here, we have the thin, but then this is thick. I'll try to emulate that by making this thinner. So if I go ahead and grab this guy here, make it thinner, something like possibly like this, it might work out a little bit better. Something like that. Something's off. And I wish I was good at art. You can be. What do you mean? You just gotta start. And I'm telling ya, you just really do have to start. I will keep referencing this. This was my first ever pixel art. If I go back to this guy, where are we at? First ever pixel art. First ever. It was rocks. So it's a bit of a flashback from the past. And this was the new rendition of me trying it just off of memory. And now we're doing the study. So this is rocks based off a study, actually looking at images. But gotta start somewhere. And you can get good, 100%. And yours looks better before you changed it? Interesting. Okay, hold on. And looks better than my first rocks? These? I definitely didn't watch tutorials for these guys. But everyone starts in some spot and works their way up as, oh man, I remember the struggles. I think it was at least 4 hours for those guys. It was the thing of, oh, this doesn't look right. I'm going to get up. I'm going to go maybe, think about the actions. And your thinking face. I have to think somehow. It's very important. You're saying light looks better. Are you saying this one was the better one? Let me paste this here. I'll copy this guy again, undo you, and oh no, we're good. Oh, nope, that's just the way it's going to be. Like this, and I'll move this guy here. I think it kind of looks better without the lighting. Maybe better without the shiny bits, do you think? Let me move this here to make it easier to see on all of you. And I'll move my guy over here so I can see a little bit better. Possibly, yeah. And you make things look easy. Oh, that's sweet. I try my best to think through the process, and I try my best to ask questions. Whenever I see something, I try to think to myself, why? And usually, if I don't know the why, I can at least start guessing. Let's see. I'll go ahead and move this here. Possibly like that could be our shiny bits. I kind of think I like it without the shine. Truth be told, I think if I go ahead and grab you, copy, paste, like that, right? I think this looks better. The bottom left one. What do you think? I'm finding the bottom left one. It's not too much detail. It's just enough where it's not too funny. I think it works out in its favor. And the faces, the reference image looks like a face. I'm not saying it for this guy at least. Oh, do you mean facing like up here, right? It's facing towards the sun, like Groot maybe? That's my best guess. Alrighty, let's see. I'll move you back down here. And then we can continue looking at, well, let's see. Right now, Undertale yellow. And I get it. I can barely resist the urge to scratch the top of my head like a monkey when I think. For some reason, when I think, you know, it's the head tilt, mouth to the side a little bit, like a, It helps me think, I assure you. Alrighty. So if this is the light on top, dark on the bottom, right? What about this guy here? There's a sort of swirl and carved into it. I think this is really pretty. Again, we have dark on the top, light on the bottom. So there's a method to their madness, right? Dark on top, light on bottom, which is interesting to note. Oh, I use the hand tool? Oh, that's really neat. Okay. And then for this guy here, I usually don't like putting these guys, at least when it comes to my art. It's fine if you do it. It's a thing of just, again, noticing what you like and what you don't like. Me at least. Well, I mean, you know what? I may have judged it too quickly. From far away, it does look like little cracks. I think they do help add texture. But when I zoom in, it feels a little wonky. But that little dot, or those little 2 dots, or 4, help add a feel, a bit of a flavor. Kind of like what this guy's doing. Maybe that's what we can do for mine. So I'm gonna grab this bottom guy, since that's the one I like the most. And actually, is this the one I like the most? I think so. Or maybe, you know, I'm gonna blur my eyes, zoom out a little bit, really think about this. And head tilt, those animals, that's what animals to be nerdy do that. The only ones I know about are dogs. Their cute little floppy ears. Let's see. If I blur my eyes and I zoom out, I think I like the feel. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be this guy, I think so.
The Linux developer is now following.
The Linux developer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome to Thinking FaceTime. What I'll go ahead and do is I'll move this guy here, and I want to see, does adding my cracks kind of help with the feel? So let's see. If I try what they did by the few lines of cracks, does it feel like it adds anything? For me, let's see. If I go ahead and I scroll down a little bit, I'll move this guy over here over the color, since we don't really need that much. And then we'll go ahead and maybe add a line here and here, and then maybe also a line, maybe here and here, like that. Do you think it adds texture? Foxes, boars, and hedgehogs also do that? Hedgehogs, really? Oh, that's cute. I can believe foxes, boars, but hedgehogs. I recently learned that they're nocturnal. Sounds like a match made in heaven. Okay. If we go back to our reference, right? So this guy here, are there any cracks we can noticeably add? And I think this guy appears fine to match this guy up here. I'm not too sure about that guy. So you know what? We'll keep this line here to make it a little less serious. I think will be handy. Maybe we can even add some lines here. Now, one thing I do, at least when one thing I do eventually do, or not eventually, but do tend to do, is that when it's something in darkness, I don't add a lot of shading, or I don't pay too much attention to it. So for example, when you draw a person and, best way I can describe it, when something's in front and then you have something that is behind, I don't add the detail to the front thing. So imagine these are little legs here. I might add like a fancy shoe here, right? Something like this. But then for the back foot, I won't add the 2 colors because it's not needed. It's not, there's no need to add that detail. That's the idea. But for example, maybe I don't add cracks here because maybe I don't need to. But again, detail's fun, so it's that thing. And love your emotes and model. Thank you, thank you. I tried my best to come up with silly emotes, so I'm glad you enjoy them. And oh, Spider Slime VT. I thought that was the Linux developer, but welcome to you too. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, there, there you are. That's what I thought the name was at first, but again, welcome, welcome. Spider Slime VT. Welcome, and thank you again. And let's see, follow for cute laugh and calming voice. Welcome to my ADHD streamer repertoire. I may not interact much, but you are providing me value while I work. That's the best way to be, and welcome back in the stream. I'm happy I can ride. Would you be surprised if I got that a lot? Oh boy, you know, sometimes the scatterbrain is just very scatterbrainy, but I'm having fun, I'm learning. It might not be fast, it might not be the most efficient, but it's something. And as long as it's something, I'm happy. It's not a race. I think that's another thing I learned or had to learn over the years is that you don't have to do things perfectly. You don't have to be proficient. It's nice to want to do things perfectly. However, what matters most is enjoying the process. What's that saying? It's like, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. I think that's the the actual way to say it. But I really do think that's true in the sense of maybe these aren't the most productive streams of studying, but I enjoy them. They make studying fun. And then in my off time, I can do really hardcore focusing when I really want to get in the zone. This is fun. I'm having fun, and that's what matters. Let's see. Aside from that line there, is there anything else we can add? I don't think so. Okay. Saying that, let's see if we're going along and looking, and let me move you back over here. Like that. What are other things we can notice? That's for those lines there. All right. And we can skip over that guy, and fun task equal task getting done more. Yeah. I like the way you speak in programming language. Well, it is 100% true, yeah. It's the thing of if you can make it fun, you are gonna look forward to it. And my message got sandwiched between, oh no, it did. Maybe some stuff around the bottom middle. There's like a 2 big boxes check. My apologies, I'm really doing that a lot today. I really have no excuse for it. I'm trying, but apparently I gotta try harder. Maybe some stuff around the bottom middle. You mean bottom middle, so this area here? So maybe what I can do is if I zoom out a little bit, move you up here. You mean like possibly like this? Like that maybe? Maybe even something like that would work, possibly. Let me make sure I haven't missed anyone else. Boxes, boards, yep, okay. And as opposed to real life, your destination is always a good one. Yeah, at least with traveling in cars. Okay, I don't think I missed anything else. YouTube is caught up. Okay, I think we're good. I hope. Unless I missed something else. And typing game? I am working on a rhythm typing game. It will be fun. Hopefully. We'll see how that goes. All right. Anything else of note for these guys? Nope. All right, let's look at this. This is from Deltarune. It is the 2nd installment. I believe this is also Deltarune as well. And it's okay, being focused is not really something you can necessarily control, so you may have some excuses. I may have excuses, but just because I have them doesn't mean I gotta do some. You don't lose anything by trying. And today, it's been like that for ages. Never bothered you to correct ya. So again, the fault is not on your side, I see. That's a little bit more comforting at the very least. I'll take it. I think, or at least for me, I really like 2-bit art when it's just 2 different colors. There's just something so retro-y about it. There's something so retro-y about it that feels nice. And also heterochromia. Oh yeah. gotta have the special OC look, don't I? But you know what? I got the design myself, so you know what? I will do what I please. But I'm glad you like it. I'm happy to hear it. I'm curious to see, why do you think, and I believe this is official, this isn't Undertale Yellow, I think this is from Deltarune. Why do you think there's 2 purple pixels here? Let me zoom in a little bit more, right? And all of the art, 2 purple pixels. What do you think is the reason for that? maybe it could be a mistake, or maybe there's actually a method to that madness there, but it makes me wonder. A lot of the times when you're making games, a lot of the art doesn't get polished last minute, or it's a thing of, well, you know, I didn't notice it, so it gets exported, and Toby Fox does it sometimes. I can believe it. And I mean, you end up having ADHD, if you end up, I see. Do not try to be yourself by do not try to not be yourself by focusing too much. Your health matters. Oh yeah, 100%. At least it's the thing of, don't work too much. I get burnt out very easily. So as long as I am taking things slow, making sure I breathe, making sure that if I'm tired, acknowledging it, and not overworking. And 3.5 hours already? Yep. And 2.5 hours like 20 minutes ago. I tell you, it's going fast, isn't it? Saying that though, I feel like, for me at least, painfully feels nice. This painfully feels the dead pixels kind of end up being an Easter egg. That's what you call, it's not a bug, it's a feature. I'd love to get to that level of game dev where someone else is critiquing my art and looking at it and thinking to themselves, I wonder why she did this. And really, it turns out that I drew that at like 3 a.m. and there's no rhyme or reason, but I appreciate the fact that you stared at this for 30 minutes. I'm saying painterly feel. Doesn't this feel very painterly? This is giving me the kind of feel of this. However, it's different in the way that the lines are broken up with the dots, which I think adds a style to it. Not only that, but you can kind of see some are full lines, some are partial lines, some are big dots, and that's different than this, which has long lines. It's still painterly, but different, a little tweaked. And being okay with missing messages, being okay with failure. You can learn from failure. That's what I mean. And I get burnt out too fast. I get burnt out too fast due to hyperfocus, yeah. It is an issue. And let's see. Hold on, let me scroll back up and make sure we're good. Okay. Good. Okay. So far, so good. And would be learning pixel art. Oh, I've been doing things in small increments because I get burnt out easily. Plus, I need time to process. Yep. Would be learning pixel art right now, but it's been a long week and I'm exhausted. Oh yeah, very important to rest. I cannot say it enough. Rest is nice, especially because your brain works best when it's not doing anything. Your mind will fill in the holes. And the fact that this canvas is really big makes it easy to have it more detailed. It may not be the perfect reference with the mountain. Yeah, that's true. However, I think this method can be for this. For example, I think at least the dotted lines could be used here. I would say this is a stylistic choice. I've seen it done before. I can't remember quite well where, but there's a certain pixel artist. Well, actually, you know what? Let's look down here. You should be able to see there's someone here that, yeah, like this, right? It's smaller, but look, right? They use shapes to define parts of the pixel art. You can see, right? The blocks here. There's some lines here. It's not quite normal, I guess is the best way to say it, or at least compared to this, right? So I put this in the same category as I would the mountain. That sense of the lines. It has a certain feel to it that I think makes it not cartoony, but it has a charm to it. And I did read that. Okay. And what did the author mean by that? The author wrote that at 2 a.m. drunk. What do you mean he meant? Yeah. I'm telling ya. I gotta sometimes just think about it. Aside from that, though, what's something else we can notice? I think what would be important to notice is maybe as I sing another pixel here. Oh wait, that was me. I take it back. It's like that feels very out of place. I felt like that would have been a notice that was me. Okay. The idea, at least for this area, is that it's very dark with few colors, and as you go up, it seems to get brighter and brighter. Like these light colors don't seem to be at this dark color. So maybe the light, where do you think the light's coming from? The light's coming from the top, right? And then we have these side angles, so everything to the left gets dark, everything to the right gets light. Everything to the left, dark, right. And then you kind of have it over here. Again, trying not to look too much into it, because sometimes, and many things of the times, it's a programming game feel first, then game art second. And everything doesn't have to be perfect. Players probably aren't going to look at the game details so in depth. But it does help that at least if I'm looking at it from like this distance, you know, if it looks nice, it looks nice, but the players aren't gonna look like this and lean into their screens and think to themselves, oh, I see that dot there. I know what you did. I think that's something to also remind yourself of. And I mean, you can always find meanings in things. Yeah, that's very true. And what I don't like is when people are claiming their interpretation is the only one. Yeah, although not every interpretation is nice. I do agree, yeah. It's a thing of to each their own, having to keep that in mind. This guy though, anything, ooh, first off, I really like this. I said it before, but the painterly feel of it. Does mine feel painterly? I would say not quite. I think there's too much going on. How could I make mine more painterly? Is there a way mine could be more? I think one of the reasons it feels very painterly is because of it being few colors. Mine is very angular and sharp. Therefore, it doesn't feel, it feels very structured, right? So what's possibly a way I could make mine feel a little bit more? And you should look at Temmie Chang's game. That was very much her first game, I think. Ooh, I will have to check it out. She's the, I think, I don't remember what exactly, but I have heard that name before. It's a very recognizable name, not just the Temmies in the game, but other work in the game itself. Let me grab this. I want to see if we can possibly convert my current rock to this more so painterly feel, as I like the painterly feel. So if I can figure out how to break it down, we'll be good to go. Let me go ahead and click this guy here. Now, I will go ahead and copy this current guy, and the artist you're looking at. I see. This is from Undertale Yellow. This is Undertale Yellow art? She worked on Undertale Yellow? That's a surprise. I thought, well, no, I mean, it's a fan game, so I assumed it was made by fans. Well, I mean, technically you can be a fan of your own game, or a game you helped make in the first place. That's really nice to know. Okay, saying all of that, I'm going to, no, Undertale and Deltarune. Oh, okay, yeah. Undertale and Deltarune I do know about. These guys up here. I thought you meant this right here. Yep, makes a lot more sense. I got confused for a second, but I'm on the right track now. Alrighty, so what I'm going to do is try to add that painterly feel, right? What are some things we can do? First off, I think it's getting rid of a lot of that texturing. So what I'll do is, and is this visible? I think it is. Great, so I'll go ahead and just fill all these guys in. We're going to do fewer colors, which means I'll try my best to simplify this compared to what I had before. For example, we have this dark color down here, so we'll go with that dark color. There's no real shine, so I'll remove the shine. There's this side color here. We'll go ahead and remove that shine there, like this. And then we'll also remove this shine here. Actually, I think it might have been this color here that was more so like that. Yeah, and then I'll also remove this here. Going even simpler. I'm chatting way too much. No worries. It's fun to have people keep me company, but I am very much, at least when I watch streams, I lurk, so I appreciate the lurkers and the chatters. It's fun to chat. And I did read that. Good. And as long as, you're staying on topic with looking and observing, by all means. As long as we make sure we're staying on focusing. Let's see. It's 2 notes, right? We have 1 color, 2 color, 3 colors, just about. So if I'm looking at my guy here, right, we have 1 color, 2 color, and then the 3rd color. So I'll go ahead and I'll just make this the 3rd color. Now this line here, they don't really use lines, so I'm gonna go ahead and just remove that. That's not needed, so we're removing that. We're seeing about reducing the feel of just a lot of structure. And, there's a delay in chat typing, so it does not help. I'm telling you, I am reading most of these in my mind today. Message has been received though. Let's see. I'll go ahead and move this guy here, like that. Now, for these guys, for our caverns, what I'm thinking is, right, we kind of have that wavy bit there, that's the part. So possibly what we can do is add a little bit of wave here, right? And I like that boulder, that's a nice boulder. Where is that from? I've heard that twice now. I'm very curious to know. Let's see. And I think having a read and not read could help. I wish that would make things easy. If I could just look on screen and see, right, what's red, what's not red? Easy. That would be so much easier. That would be very lovely. All right, for this guy here, this is a side. So what I'm going to do is, I want to keep the feel of it, but let's go ahead and just remove this guy here. Move that there. However, it kind of feels a little too angular. So what I'll do is, I'll go ahead and remove this guy here. Something like this. There we go. Like that. For this guy here, like so. Yeah, I think that can help. And then for this guy here, let's go ahead and round out this edge a little bit, so it's not as sharp, so possibly like this. And then we can go ahead and also round out this edge here. We're trying to a little bit of flavor, and that actually didn't round it out. Let's see. I do are akin to this and this. There we go. And I'd recommend looking through the Undertale Yellow art book. Ooh, for some cool insight and a lot of silly stuff and nice info about the game in general. I really do like art books. I will have to take a look at that. Thank you for that suggestion, Check. Yeah, that sounds very helpful. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. And what I'm trying to do is just keep that feel of the painterly bits. Trying to make it more akin to what I'm seeing on screen. And you can kind of see, right, the lines. So instead of the other guys, you can kind of see these lines coming out and everything. So maybe what I can do now is I can have this guy coming up, and since this is the bottom, we can kind of have that moving along like this here, or a more wispy sort of look to it possibly. Maybe something like this. Maybe not up so high, so maybe it comes down a little bit like this. Possibly like that could work out a little bit better. And then for here, as well, I don't want to change the actual structure of the art. We'll keep it like that. As for this guy, maybe we do, let's see. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So then from there, we kind of have maybe, the darker color could possibly come back into play here, possibly. For example, that guy kind of sticks out. So maybe we have now this dark kind of spike here, fill that in, kind of like this. And then from there, we have it come down. So something like that could possibly work. Let's see if we fill this in. There we go. Possibly like that could make it feel more of that painterly look. However, I like the bottom, not the top much. And while it's looking crispy, nice and crispy. Welcome back, Les. Welcome. Let's see. Wait, but until you finish the neutral run. Gaia. Okay, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. That's very important. Okay. Maybe what we can do here, right, is for the sides, we can add some kind of lines here. And then for this side here, we can also add a line here, like that. Something like that, I think, could possibly work. Maybe it's a little bit too liney, so maybe like that could work out a little bit better. Something to this feel, and I'll move that up a little bit. Even like that, I think that's a little bit better. And then from there, let's see. We have that round, that's round 2. There's not really brightness to it, so I think that's fine. However, that guy kind of pokes out a little bit, so maybe we can add this bit poking out here again. So maybe we could even do like this and have this guy poke out a little bit. And then maybe we can poke it back in a little bit. So something like that, a little bit more. More so, possibly. And even saying what section contains the spoilers would be too much. Ooh, that does sound very spoiler heavy. I do appreciate the warning. That is very handy. I think it's important to notice as well, these guys, there's a lot of empty space, right? Because it's a big boulder. Yet, it doesn't feel empty at all, does it? And if we want to implement these kind of crazy textures that we're seeing here, that's possible. For example, what I can do is, if I go ahead and grab this guy now that we're kind of semi-done with it, and I go ahead and paste it, so I'll slide it over here. And I'll go ahead and slide this boulder over here. What you can see is, maybe we don't even have time for the special stuff, but that's okay. I want to get through at least a few of these games, at least look at them. So we'll see. If I do like this, and then maybe also do like this, and then I go ahead and do maybe something like that. Maybe I add another dot here, and then maybe we can go ahead and do a line like here, like this. Doesn't it add texture, don't you think? Maybe we can add like a dot, or maybe trying to do some dots here and there. Possibly a dot there for texture? Maybe not. But you can see, right? This versus this. It's that idea of texturing the lines that I think helps add that feel. So maybe instead of the other guy, I could do something like this. Something like that. But I don't like the swirl or lack of swirl, so we'll keep it. It looks more like an eye now with the smaller one underneath. You mean like this with the eye? I can see the eye in the mouth. He's got an angry eye. Like, hold on. I can see it now, 100%. Oh boy. Yeah, something like that, I think. And this one has, Dweller's Empty Path is a game I was thinking from Temmie, but apparently she has more. Oh, that sounds like fun. I really do have to get better at recognizing people in the field. I know I can understand, or I remember very few, like Scout Cawthon, Concerned Ape, then we have Toby Fox, Lena Ray, I think that's how you say it. And then we have Emmy now too. That should be very easy. Did I miss anything? Just double checking. Okay. And how do you have so much to say on rocks? Apparently I'm a person of very few words. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm doing my best to suck up as much information as I can on what I'm saying. I'm thinking to myself, what do you think is the reason they did this? So for example, right, I'm thinking, okay, this is my original rock. Let me move this down here just a smidge a little bit. There we go. This is my original one. I think this is the crispiest of them, but I wanted to make it look more akin to, if I drag this out, drag it up back up here, like this, right? So I think to myself, I like this style. How can I make my rock in this style? What's something I notice? And for example, I noticed that there's very few, what's the best way to describe it? There seem to be less colors and there seem to be more shapes. So I tried to do less colors, more shapes. From the less colors, more shapes, I then thought to myself, I like this guy. Why do I like this guy? I like it because of these lines and these dots. So I tried my best to add some more texture with some dots in some areas, as I think it adds a nice feel to it. And of course, here's Ezra for the indie guys list. Oh, you're sweet. One, you know, the big leagues, here I come. Broadway. Ready for this? Let's see. I did read that, okay. And you can remember Temmie by thinking of her self-insert. Yep. And you know, PureRef is awesome, isn't it? PureRef is great, and the fact that it's free is also crazy. I did read, okay, good. Alrighty, so let us continue. Let's go back down to here. What's some other things we can notice? If we're doing this guy here, I think this is this guy here, I think this is the last one. It seems to be just kind of similar to this one here. There's a little bit more to notice in terms of the line work, I guess is the best way to say it. For example, this guy's back here, so he's really dark. And no, you didn't, huh? You can remember Temmie by thinking of her self-insert? It's okay. People tend to remember Toby Fox as a solo developer. Oh, okay. As he made the code himself, but the game was made with multiple people. Yeah, that was something I was surprised to see when I saw the credits, and something I learned of, I think, a year ago. So technically recently, since Undertale's been out for quite some time. It's been a second, I can say. Alrighty, I think that is Undertale art looked at though. So let's take a quick look at Earthbound, as I know it was very tiny, and I think this shows you don't have to have really detailed pixel art for it to be a thing. Earthbound was a huge game, I think. Didn't Toby Fox also work on Earthbound? Or am I thinking of a different developer? But Earthbound is another one which is big, but look how small and well, it's still textured. You have a little bit of a little guy up here and then a little dark side down there. I'm not gonna be sad if you manage to read all my messages one day, or I'm gonna be sad. This is very funny. you aren't ready for the glow up. Just you wait. It's gonna be very fast. But I just want to note that there's you don't have to have detailed pixel art. Especially if you're trying to make a game, it doesn't have to be out there. Until he made his Earthbound Halloween hack where stuff like Megalovania originated. Okay, yeah. So he did work on the game. Lovely. I'm glad I did remember that. Now, Mega Man, I believe it was all tile sets. Yeah, and since we're not talking about rock tile sets, I'll save this for another day. But it is just worth looking at, or just glancing at the very least. And Toby Fox worked on the soundtrack. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, Fields of Mystria. I just wanted to look at these little boulder guys. They're enemies that shoot stuff at you. And it's interesting to note this is at least an animation of them hopping around. Is there anything we can take from this, or is this just more of a skip? I'd say, it seems like there's a smidge of banding. That's when you kind of have three colors touching. So for example, when a color like this touches, and then we have this, and then we have this. Usually that's a big pixel art no-no. But again, just because it's a thing of you shouldn't do it doesn't mean you can't. Or doesn't mean you can. Or doesn't mean you can't. I think it's a thing of just, if it works for you, it works for you. But it's interesting to look at, and I did not realize that. I think they're very textured though. And especially if you're kind of zoomed out, it doesn't make too much of a difference. And I don't think it's nothing to cry about in terms of just, oh well, this is this way. And let's see, didn't he only make the OST for some mods? I believe he worked on it officially, I think. And I'm looking for more creepy art references that isn't horror. I guess I'm looking for gothic style. I don't know. I don't know any creepy horror. Well, what is it? There is No. There's this Pixelart game that I want to get eventually. But I have 146 games on my wish list. Oh no, Little Goody Two Shoes. Look that game up. You might like it. It's Pixelart. Little Goody, Goody, Two. Is it Pixelart? I think Shoes. I think possibly. Let me just double check. I have it pulled up here. I think it's Pixelart. Some of it is. No, never mind. I take it back. It felt like Pixelart at the time, so I recant that. It doesn't seem to be the case that it is. Huh. Felt like it was. Weird placebo, it seems. What I want to do is just, and haven't seen much art of it yet. It's cute. It's like an anime horror game. And that's why I haven't gotten it yet. It's a little scary. You and me, you know, horror. But I know you're a horror lover, so it should be right up your alley. It sounds like it would be. It's a cutesy game. What I want to do is just try to see what they're doing here for the shading. You can see, right, for our outlines, we have... Oh, okay. There's a little bit of feel to it. For example, there's just these guys as your deepest parts. And then for this guy here, you have it as the bottom. And it started the trailer. Hold on, where did my Steam go? I need to pause it. There we are. And I'll look it up. Yeah. It's not Pixelart, though. I thought it was. It is not. Just a heads up. A quick one for that one. And oh, I did read that. Good. Okay, good. And then that color here would go to the outside here. So something like this. And then they have another color here. Oh, hold on. It also kind of goes up to the sides. And then we kind of have another color. So I'll just use this guy here. And this guy kind of goes like this. This is the texture feel I'm getting from when I'm looking at this here. And then we have it kind of wrapping around as well. And then we have these guys kind of doing one of these moves. And then you have the round bits here. Well, it's interesting to note. Yeah, I think the banding, there is banding, but I think that's the style. Let's see, I'm just gonna do a... Theirs is less emphasized because it's thicker, which does help, certainly. And that's a Brazilian game called Enigma of Fear. Interesting. And is Yume Nico Horror? Never heard of that one. Maybe the banding's not too noticeable because it's larger. I think that's the issue. Usually it's all one color, or three of the same color, so it might be like that. But I don't know if you would count it as banding. Or hold on, wrong colors, like that. I don't know if it would be counted as banding if it's like this, and then this. Possibly, possibly not. And last update to website, going to sleep? Rest well, Rudy. It sounds like you worked very hard today. I hope you have a lovely sleep. Okay, interesting. I just wanted to note that, get a feel for what the game's going for. Now, this game I got recommended recently to look at. Isn't it detailed? It's called Ragnarok Online. You know, I'm dying for a second there. But look at these guys. Now, these were classified as ice creatures. However, I think they could go for stone if you believe hard enough and close your eyes. But I think it's just interesting to note how the feel, right? I feel like my pixel art might be more in line with these guys, just in terms of the detail. However, I think where mine and theirs is different is that you can kind of see here, right? Where their shading is interesting to look at. If we're looking here, there's different portions that are getting highlighted. For mine, super simple. Theirs uses a lot of different colors. I think it's interesting. And let's see, Hi Hitler? Is that how you say it? Maybe? Tell me how close I got and I'll try again if you help me out. But welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hello, I'm new here. I discovered your cousin for short. I want to learn Pixelart as well. Lovely. You're in the right place then. You're in the right place. Hold on. If I do, nope, I don't remember the thing. Pixelartes. Did I do it? I did it! You might find this handy for getting started since you want to learn pixel art. I link a lot of not developers, but a lot of artists and YouTubers that I think are really neat and great for learning pixel art. So you might find that handy. And oh, hold on. I tend to shade like that. Interesting. And this does not feel like ice to me. It's too gravelly, right? I felt more gravelly, but this I think is ice. The ice is just dirty, or the lighting's purple. Could be. Well, no, the lighting is blue, right? That's what we're seeing here. This is the lighting area. And let's see. Someone told me good luck when I said that I'll do a website game without any engine. This person was right. You will need luck. And drowning himself in that game? Interesting. I've never heard of it until recently, but the art is very detailed. Did I miss anything else? And that looks like crystal? Yeah, I can see crystal. I feel like this is more crystal than rock, but maybe it's because of the lighting areas. And the lighting, oh, did you do that? Yep, yep. And your PRF might be the thing to get me to draw more often. This thing's so convenient, isn't it? I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm telling ya, it's surprising that it's free. This could feel like crystal, like if it's like a white crystal, maybe? Now, this guy, does it feel rocky to you? I feel like this could be rock, but I know for certain this is rock. And that feels like quite the same texture, right? And 155 lines, 115? I don't remember how much that is. I can't, the magnitude at the very least. Okay, yeah. Now, for these guys, again, I think it's a thing of how detailed do you want to be. When I zoom out, right, I feel like that detail can get more appreciated. When you zoom in, it looks like a lot, just so much. So something of what style of pixel art are you trying to go for? And this is more of the detailed, more realistic side of pixel art. And it's always fun to just, even if you don't do it, just look at it, try to think about it. But even dirty ice feels different. Ice usually has qualities like fairly big flat surfaces, snowy surfaces, or watery surfaces from particles melting. This does not have any of that. It feels like quartz. Yeah, it does definitely feels rock-like. Now, rock and crystal, I think, depending on who you ask, it can be similar-ish. Okay. Is there anything I want to note about this guy? I guess the edges being lighter in some areas. Like, for example, this guy has a light edge. It's thicker than one portion of the light, but then sometimes you just have big flat edges. I think if my thing had more edges, I could possibly do more of a style like this. For example, well, this seems to have three, right? We have one edge here, one edge here, one edge here. There's a lot still going on that I'm surprised to notice, and that's doing the ad thing, so you probably do like another 30 minutes, since I do want to look at least a little more of these guys. So I'll run the ad break, and then we'll be back for like another 30 minutes, I think would be lovely time. And thank you, and the pronunciation was good enough. I try, I tell ya. But of course, I really do hope it helps. Let me dismiss that guy while the ads are doing their addy thing. But it's when that texture's written instead of Jason. I'm not following. I know you're doing web development stuff, and it is hard work. That's the best I can assume out of the messages. And I think they were for Golem feature, which tended to be different elements smashed together to form a creature. I think the most interesting thing to me about the big guy is how they worked with the head. The shading makes it stand out. True. It's interesting that usually the light seems to be on the right? And let me move this down a little bit. The lighting's up here, yet for here, the lighting's here. These guys make sense because the lighting's coming from this way, the highlights, but then this part of the face is not. I zoom out a little bit. What I want to see when we're waiting for the guy is, look at that. Even if it's in grayscale, you can still clearly tell what's going on. It's all because of just values. For example, this arm is brighter than this arm because it's closer, so it needs to be brighter, the lighting itself. And it's that thing of, even with all that stuff going on, it makes sense when you really look at it. Let's see, did I miss anything? So you can read the head, the shading makes it stand out. Okay, I didn't finish reading it. So you can read the head easily, but the moment you actually look at the head, it feels off. Because it kind of feels like it's being one layer above it since you really look at it. Yeah, I can see it. And silhouette might be more important than where the light's coming from. Oh yeah. I think this might be artistic differences or artistic liberties in that sense of just, you want it to stand out, so you make it stand out. And you can't type today? I can't speak today. We're in the same boat. And the head does look prominent with the shadows. Yep. I'm guessing it's these really deep shadows. These really thicker lines here adds more attention to it. It's the darker areas. I can certainly see that. Yep. And let me get some water. Got like 1 minute left, so we're A-okay. And certainly, I'm telling you, it's weird how it really doesn't feel like much time has passed. I really don't feel that in the slightest. Tasty water, I tell ya. Okay, and about 30 seconds left. So, Fields of Mystria, that's a Ragnarok. There's about a few more. Yeah, okay, we should be able to get through these guys. I think it's okay solution for the head problem for golems. I think this is an okay solution for the head problem for golems. That where their head's more like on chest, but it's still a heavy-handed solution that is faster, but not as good visually. Hold on. What to do? Chest. They wear their heads on their chest? More like on the chest. I have seen those before. but is very heavy-handed solution. Interesting one. I think they would look different in the context of the game they're from. 100%, yeah. The thing is, I kind of just yoink these from their games. I'm sure in their context, they make 100% more sense. That is a bit of an issue in terms of sometimes, well, not sometimes, context certainly matters. And I think I do have context for this. If I undo this, yep, you can see I tried my best to keep it in context. So for example, the rocks on the beach, context matters. The fireplace, if it had the sand, it would make a lot more sense for the background. Just looking at these guys, I've always liked the feel of Stardew Valley, but for me at least, I feel like it's very, what's the word? Like, I guess maybe muddy is the right word for it. I like the colors, but I don't like the style. I think that's the best way to say it. It kind of reminds me of Terraria. If maybe we go here, there's tons of people out here who like this style. So by all means, this is not a thing of, is this a bad thing to do, or this is a bad style. It's just not my preference. Yeah, I feel like these two kind of feel the same. It might have to do with all the dithering. I'm not very much a ditherer, and what dithering is you can kind of see, right? There's kind of these checkered board symbols on here. And for me, at least, I don't like a lot of checkered boards. I tried it before. You can kind of see if we do here. Now, this isn't the right color to do it in, granted. But when it comes to dithering, I think, yeah, I'd like things when there's less going on, less pop. So something even like with the, if we go back to Undertale, yellow, this guy up here, where are we at? Where's the rock at? Right, there's still dots, but it's less. I like it when it's on the simpler side of things. You can even tell, right, this rock versus this rock, they have different styles entirely. And may I send you some screenshots from Sea of Stars? Sure, Les. Send them my way in DMs if you, sure. Saying that though, aside from that, what's another thing I can notice about Stardew Valley? If I go ahead and hide the Undertale, I do like the shapes, the swirls and everything if I move this guy over here. But the overall, this would probably not be a game I'd reference just because of the style. However, look, there's some big blocks, small blocks up in there, which is always nice to see. I do think shape language is very fun. You can kind of see it here, right? With the dithering star bit there. Yeah. And dots, we have, yeah, okay. That makes sense, and this is totally fine. And I really like it personally. Yep, it is more than okay. And I would prefer a more visually pleasing approach because it works from far away, but the moment a player looks closer, it kind of crumbles. So usually I would prefer something done with colors, texture, or some other thing visually as a tile, that visually ties it all together. Yeah, that's a really good way to look at it. Is there anything else of note here? I don't think so. For example, I like these rocks, but I don't like these rocks because there's just less going on here. It doesn't feel as much. However, you look at this guy here, I feel like this is nice. This one here, it's the mixing of the dithering. That's just something to notice. I'm not much of a dither lover. That's a-okay. And Sent, thank you. We can take a look at it after we finish these guys. Should be nearing the end. Let's take a look at, we kind of looked at Terraria. This is if we were gonna do the golems, but just looking at this, interesting to note the top shaded outline, right? And if I zoom out a little bit, it's a little bit easier to see, but it kind of follows the same thing. This guy, not so much. We have the top of the light and the dark lines because they're so small, we can't do too much. So it's the thing of choosing your battles. And Terraria Boulder, I had a hard time finding where to look for Terraria rocks. I thought there was tons, but apparently not. And, I did read that, good. Okay, we are all good. Saying that, let's go to Pokemon Black and White now. At some point, I'm really gonna have to do like a Pokemon stream where we maybe design a Pokemon or make a video about it, as I think it's fun, designing in general, but just looking at these guys, the fact that a lot of these guys are made out of rock, again, we kind of see that thing with the shapes, right? For the wavy shapes for the different layers of rocks. Then we have here, interesting. There's sections of the stone. This guy here is a small version of this guy. And wait, I can get them too if you want. Oh, that'd be lovely, Lusk. The thing is, I make these for the stream. However, if we ever go back and do a subject, I always have these saved. So it's a thing of, even though this takes like maybe a few hours to make, I don't ever have to do it again. Anytime I want to know, okay, what are some Pixelart rocks I can look at? But I have the file available. And perceiving art, I get that. I think it really depends on taste, because for me, the details what's drawing me in that makes it tied together. I tend to imagine context though. Yeah. And perceiving art is really subjective. Yep. So I can only see others or you liking it. Yeah. Saying that, a little bit of dithering here, top side. Okay. Is there anything I can take away from this? I think this Onyx, I think that's the name of the Pokemon, is quite like my rock. Not too similar, but in the sense of the edges are colored. There's kind of these bits that separate the parts, and I think, yeah, I do like that feel. However, when the objects get smaller, there's less edges to worry about. And the tiny Reggie rock, which one is that one? Is that, I don't know too many Pokemons. I'm like Gen 1 knowledge of. Is it this guy? Is this the Reggie rock? There's some small guys here. But I do like the lines. I think that helps with it separating. And I think that's what we saw earlier, right? With one of the tutorials. One of the tutorials said to do lines like this, which is interesting to see it actually in a game and have it come full circle. Okay. Anything else we can notice, do you think? This guy here, for the boulder, we have lumps. Okay. For the duo trio, I believe, or is it Doug trio? Telling ya, my knowledge is not too much. We have lines. Yeah, when it gets smaller, you don't have too much detail you can do. I think it's just a thing of noticing, acknowledging, and continuing. And this should be one more, and then we have the one to look at for last. Now, these are tile maps, so we'll skip them for another day. However, we can look at this little guy here. And it follows the same method of, at the top, very highlighted, this is the bright side, this is the dark side. It's interesting that there's also light here. Saying that though, light, dark, light has more detail, the dark has less detail. Yeah, okay. Got ya. Anything over here of note? Side panels? Yeah. Okay. I think we're all good. Saying that, let me see what Lusk sent. If I go ahead and drag and drop that. Ooh, that's really nice. Hold on. Oh my. Yeah. Well, let me grab you here, and here. Yeah, these are nice. They're, what is the word I'm looking for? I do like rock shines. It's a little hard to see when I zoom in, but the lining in the rocks are clear direction. I think something I could try to do is if I had bigger pixels or a bigger canvas, making my deep parts thicker. I think those deep lines help compared to mine, which has not a lot of thickness for, again, like, for example, areas like this. So maybe making my lines thicker could help add that feel of it, adding different areas. I think that would be very handy, but overall, I do like these rocks. I think they're very pretty. And I died more to rocks than the moon. I never got far in that game. And I remember a bunch of rocks from Pokemon Fire Red. I don't think these are needed. I don't think I have the, what is it? All the games that I showed you, you can get on the Spreaders resource. So I don't think Pokemon Fire and Red is on there. Yeah, Ruby, Sapphire, and Black and White are the only ones I can find. I think drawing on a tiny canvas helps with limitations. 100%, yeah, 100%. Eventually, I want to make games like this. So that's why I can at least put this on my aspiration board of one day, one day, but I'll stick to my tiny canvas for now, as I really like when it's not too detailed, but detailed just enough. So if I were to add something, it would probably just be thicker lines for the darkness. And you can also see here, which is interesting, these tips are highlighted for the pointy bits there. Okay, interesting, all right. I've acknowledged it, I recognize it, and I think that should be it. If we go back and zoom out a little bit, I think we did, you know, things were done. We didn't get to do everything. However, that's what part 2s are always for, and coming back here. For example, maybe next time we can go into detailing. For example, you can see on here, there's tree, grass, prop, Sisyphus, floating magma. Maybe we can go through all of these, give these a try for just different rocks in general in terms of how to have fun with the feel. Now that we have an idea of how rocks work, I think that can work. And ooh, this one's really pretty. Room light looks really pretty. And the final rock, this one here, or this one's by Rapinum. They have really good tutorials on rocks in general, or just tutorials in general. Yeah, and what else would be nice for next time? Yep. I think minerals like this would be great. And no yours. Oh. Thank you, indeed. I don't know. I feel like I like this painter, Layla, but there's just something about this guy too that it just hits right in my heart feels. Saying that though, we now move on to the community review, and I did not forget it. See? I told you I wouldn't forget, and I did not. Since the moderators are there, would you mind linking the Discord for both YouTube and Twitch? Well, I go over to this guy here. I scroll down to this guy here. I go into this screen, I believe, so a correct one here. And then we go to here. Lovely. Let me get some water. So, I'll give you a second if you'd like to, but if you happen to have drawn a ruin, but indeed, I told you, it helps when I say it aloud. But if you happen to have participated in the study or drawn some rocks yourself, what you can do is join that Discord link that's been linked right there. Once you join the Discord, you can see on the side here, the welcome page, you can go down to the Pixelart study with me. And these are previous study with me's I've done. You can click on the rock study guy. And if I make this bigger, you should be able to see the art in better context, which would be lovely. And let's see. Oh, hold on. Oh, alrighty. So we have, oh, Ed, look at that. I think they went to sleep already, but I like the colors. Oh, I'm a sucker for colors. I draw a lot of rocks, but I'm proud of this creation. I like the feel of it. The orange, the browns, and the greens. I like it a lot. It's the feel of just, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a, maybe mesa? I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like your thoughts on drawing within fewer pixels. Can you elaborate a little bit, Yancia, if you don't mind? For a second, I thought I missed something again. Oh, no, I did. Drawing rocks, pebbles with 1 or 4 pixels is wild, and it's amazing it's possible. I can point to, oh, please tell me I'm not the only one seeing the face. Oh, that's what the face was. Got ya. Where are we at? At least when it comes to smaller pixels, if I go here and I go back to here, taking a look at Earthbound again, where are we at? Earthbound? You can see, right? Very small pixels. And from here, and I joined again for the communication part. Oh, community part. I see. Welcome back, Neuron. Welcome back. What you could possibly do, right, is you can take this guy here, and we'll just grab this darker color. Or actually, that's too dark. Hold on. Where are we at? Earthbound here? You might do something like this. So even if you have few pixels, you can still, there's still things you can try to do in terms of getting the feel. It's interesting how the shadows are purple too. The colored shadows are really nice, but just to think of, I'd say that your best bet's to try to find games that have that style that you're going for. When it comes to small games like this Pokemon one I forgot, thank you for the example. No worries one bit. Even for this little guy here, even though it's so small, the details make up for it, I think. Is this the only ones? Yeah, oh, yeah, these are the only small guys I see. Little small tiny pebbles, but I'm glad it's helpful. Saying that, let's go back to this guy here. Is there any other Pixelart that needs noting? And Roxman, oh, we found it. Thank you, Les. Yeah, we can certainly do this next time. I think another topic could be fun was with the rocks. Maybe doing like some fossils in the rocks. That could be a lot of fun. I would like that 10 times a lot. So, saying that, I'm not missing anything. We should be a-okay to go. Let's go back into this grade. There we are. I'll go ahead and move this guy over here. Go ahead and close you there. We're all good to go. And I'm glad I don't have to follow that anymore. That was painful. Let me go ahead and hide you here. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it. Ah, there we go. We're all good to go. And Ola, welcome back, Senor Frankie. Welcome back. I do that. Good. Okay, we're all good and caught up to go. Now, saying all of that, next week, if you're new around here, if you're just joining around for the first time, as I know a few people are here, or a few new people are, and a few new faces, I do these study streams once a week. So I choose a topic, or if you have a topic you want to recommend, send it my way. I think what would be fun, and have a good one, and I hope the issues with your throat won't appear again, especially for Deltarune tomorrow. I'm gonna drink so much tea. Don't you worry one bit, Jack. Well, thank you. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. But I was thinking of something for next week, but I don't know if I can. Hydrate. Oh yes, indeed. Hydrate before you hydrate.
Just
very
important.
Hydrate. There we go. Thank you for that one. Okay. No, we're good. Aside from rocks, I'm gonna need to do detailed rocks. Maybe that's what we'll do next week. We'll continue the rocks part 2, since, yeah, how about that? If you didn't have time to draw rocks today, maybe during the week this time around, you can do some rock studies. And then next week, we'll work on detailing rocks and adding some features there. So yeah, I think that would be fun. Next week, we can do either tiling or something rocks related with details. I think that could be fun. And a hat study? Ugh. How dare you say that word? I really do need to get better at drawing dresses. So yeah, rock study next week, and then maybe we can go to clothing again. Clothing could be a fun. And does the green octopus plushie have a name? His name is Bobby. B-O-B-B-Y. Bobby. Aside from that, Tomorrow, we will be playing Deltarune. I'll continue Deltarune. I'm on chapter 3 at the beginning currently at the moment, so if that's of interest to you, that's there. And then the day after that, I'll be working on my game. I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game. If the moderators, I think it's exclamation necrotype, I think? Possibly. But I'm currently working on a game. It should, well, I started working on it since last August. It'll be a year of working on it, but we're working more on the game. Aside from that, let's see, that should be it. Now, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I want to see if we can raid someone. It's always fun to find new people if we can. But if not, we'll see some old familiar faces. If you're on YouTube, I will be ending the stream and we'll go to the end screen and then I'll come back if you're on Twitch. So again, consider sticking around if you like chat and hearing me speak words. But again, thank you for coming, thank you for joining, and Rocks Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Azile. Saying that though, what was I saying? Yes? I hope you all have a good one, alright? Indeed, 100%.